Chapter 68. My child with Shinakushina. Looking at his child in his arms, Watergate couldn't help but mutter to himself. Obviously, his eyes haven't opened yet, but Watergate felt that his child's eyes must be like the stars in the night sky, bright and shining. Dad, I've always been proud of being a ninja of Konoha, even if I have encountered danger countless times and violated my heart countless times. But I have never regretted being a ninja. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled the swaddling cloth that had slipped off. Today I will once again go against my own heart because I am a ninja. I will send my child on a road that is destined to be full of ups and downs. But Dad believes that you will be strong enough to make a world for yourself. If there is a reason, then it must be because you are the son of the fourth Hokage of Woodleaf, Watergate. You are a son of flame who has inherited the will of fire of Woodleaf. After Watergate finished this sentence, he turned his head, looking at the ninjas in the enchantment class. Now, start the Nine Tails sealing ceremony. A loud and clear voice instantly resounded through the sky. Every ninja in the enchantment class, as well as the ninja in the chakra class, was full of pride at this moment. This is the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, the first of the nine-tailed beasts. Since the death of Konoha's first Hokage, no one has been able to suppress such a powerful existence. At this very moment, they were about to witness this historic moment. Even the calmest person was extremely agitated at this moment. Yes. 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 The excited shouts of many ninjas instantly drowned out the struggling screams of Nine Tails. Everyone was so excited, because after this battle, the glory of defeating Nine Tails will accompany him for the rest of his life. But the louder the excited shouts around him, the more sad Yandame's heart was, using his son's life in exchange for the stability of Woodleaf. As a father, how pitiful was that? Ninjutsu class, follow my chakra's guidance and begin sealing Nine Tails. However, the fourth generation couldn't say anything. Instead, he was more excited than anyone else. At the very least, he has to pretend to be more excited than anyone else, because Hokage doesn't represent himself, but the entire Woodleaf ninja force. The desire of this group is the desire of Hokage. As long as they weren't mediocre people, they would be respected. They were all people who were forced by their responsibilities. Watergate increased the output of chakra and used his chakra as a marker. He guided the rest of the ninjas to seal Nine Tails. Since he had decided to let his son become column force, then he naturally had to do his best to fulfill the best conditions. The seal used by Watergate was based on the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan and Watergate's design. It was a super sealing technique called the Four Symbols Seal. Using the power of the four symbols of heaven and earth to suppress everything. Slowly, Nine Tails, which was originally the size of a house, shrank even more at this moment. Just when Nine Tails was almost suppressed to the extreme, Watergate once again increased the output of chakra. Now, Nine Tails will turn from real to virtual and be sealed again. Hearing Watergate's words, many ninjas also desperately began to output their chakra. Child, Father will add an even more powerful weight to you. Biting the tip of his tongue, a sweet taste instantly spread in his mouth. Watergate used his tongue to carve a seal on his upper jaw. He opened his mouth, and a blood-colored streamer instantly penetrated the sphere formed by Nine Tails. This was a talisman that Watergate spent 10 years of his life to carve with his powerful chakra and deep understanding of sealing techniques. It was a gate that led to the depths of Nine Tails' chakra. From then on, as long as Watergate's child can cultivate to the highest level. Even if Nine Tails doesn't release his chakra to support column force, Watergate's child can forcibly extract Nine Tails' chakra. From then on, Nine Tails' consciousness will become a clay bodhisattva, which can only be seen but useless. Watching the sphere slowly become transparent, as if it turned into a transparent fiery glass. Watergate waved his hand and guided Nine Tails into his child's body with chakra. Furthermore, it was sealed tightly. After doing all this, Watergate spat a mouthful of blood to the sky. He fell to the ground, weak. Master said that a child of prophecy will appear in this world. When the world is about to die, the child of shinobi will save the entire shinobi world. At one time, Master thought that I was the so-called child of prophecy. But it turns out that I'm not, because all I can do is to protect the piece of wood leaf. I don't know who the real child of prophecy is, but he must be a member of the next generation of ninja. Master once wrote a novel. The name of the protagonist in the novel is Naruto. That's the ninja character I've always dreamed of. I hope that one day, my child can also become such a ninja. So, my child will be called Naruto from now on. After saying these words, Watergate fainted due to overexertion. Watergate, Watergate. Seeing Watergate fall to the ground, 3 generations lost their virginity for a moment. But then they began to shout Watergate's name, and turned their heads and shouted, "Medical class, come here." After a long time, the medical class who dared to come checked Watergate's body. They said, "Reporting to 3 generations, Sama, Hokage-sama's body is fine. It's just excessive consumption, and it seems that he used a secret technique which consumed a lot of his lifespan. His body can't bear it, and he fainted under self-protection. As long as he takes good care of himself, he will naturally be fine." After listening to the report of the medical class, 3 generations instantly relaxed. But as if thinking of something, he asked, "Then, what's the situation with Shinakushina?" When the medical ninja leader heard this question, his face instantly became bitter. The situation is very bad. Originally, as a human, Column Force wouldn't be able to survive after his tailed beast was forcibly extracted. But Shinakushina, Sama relied on her strong vitality, and our medical class's full support. For the time being, we can only hold on to a glimmer of hope. If we want to recover, maybe. Hearing the medical ninja leader's hesitant answer, 3 generations felt a little irritated. "Say it. What do you need? I'll try my best. At all costs, we must save Shinakushina's life." After listening, the medical ninja's face didn't disappear. "Medicine or something for the current Shinakushina-sama, it's not that useful. In the ninja world, there's only one person who can save Shinakushina-sama." Although he didn't finish, the answer was already obvious. The key to saving Shinakushina is the Princess of Woodleaf, Tsunade Haim. Chapter 69. When he heard Tsunade's name, Sandame's face changed. Everyone said that Tsunade left the Woodleaf because her loved ones died protecting the Woodleaf. She left the Woodleaf because she was heartbroken. But, as a veteran ninja who had experienced World War II and World War III, she was very strong. Was her psychological quality really that weak? Whether it was Seiya or her brother. After they died, although Tsunade also had a sad reaction and even suffered from sepsis because of psychological trauma. But everything was limited to that. Tsunade's departure, whether it was because of the wood leaf or because she had done too many sad things. The wood leaf was planted by Tsunade's grandfather Senju Takuma and protected by Tsunade's second grandfather Tobarama. Unknowingly, it had been eroded by worms. It was no longer the place where Tsunade grew up. That was the fundamental reason why Tsunade left the wood leaf. Since only Tsunade can save Shinakushina, then I'll think of a way. You just have to try your best to preserve Shinakushina's life until Tsunade comes back. The 3 generations' face was unusually heavy when they spoke. The medical ninja leader didn't dare to say anything. After all, Tsunade was his direct superior, and the 3 generations was Tsunade's master. He was just a medical ninja, so he couldn't say anything about it. After answering yes, the medical ninja leader disappeared with a body flicker technique. The Sandame heaved a heavy sigh and disappeared as well. When Nangongja opened his eyes again, he saw a strange white ceiling. His body was unbelievably heavy, as if it was filled with lead. He tried to make a sound, but he could only make a hoarse and low hiss. At this time, something seemed to move on his left. Nangongja turned his head and found Nangong Ro lying on the bed. Her clothes were a little dirty. Obviously, it was the clothes she wore when she fought Nine Tails. Maybe she heard Nangongja's low hiss? Nangong Ro raised her head and looked at Nangongja, who was lying on the bed. She looked at Nangongja and seemed to want to say something. She noticed Nangongja's dry lips. Nangong Ro hurriedly stood up in a panic. Looking at Nangong Ro's figure leaving, Nangongja suddenly felt a burst of tiredness. Then, Nangongja fell into a deep sleep. He tried to open his eyes and make a sound. But vaguely, he felt a chill in his mouth, and then he didn't feel anything more. When Nangongja broke free from the darkness again and opened his eyes, Nangongja was shocked. He immediately used his greatest strength to turn his head, trying to see Nangong Ro's figure. However, the person that entered his eyes was not Nangong Ro. It was Mashiro, who came back from Yuzakura with him. Seeing Nangongja looking at her, Mashiro immediately stood up in a panic and grabbed Nangongja's hand. "Miyagi, you're awake. Do you want to drink water?" Mashiro said, and was about to let go of Nangongja's hand. She went to the bedside table and picked up the full water bottle. But Nangongja tried to hold Mashiro's hand and squeezed Mashiro's little hand. "Ro." A word came out of Nangongja's mouth. Mashiro quickly reacted. Nangongja was looking for his sister. "Are you looking for Nangong Ro?" Mashiro asked tentatively. Nangongja heard Mashiro's question and shook his head vigorously. Mashiro looked at Nangongja's struggling face and didn't want to turn around to get water. Instead, he sat on the edge of Nangongja's bed and stretched out his hand to stroke Nangongja's messy hair. "It's okay. Nangong Ro just went to work. When Nine Tails attacked the village, many people were injured. In order to take care of you, Nangong Ro stayed by your bed for a day and a night. When Ling-er and I followed Kagekyo's delegation to Woodleaf Village, Nangong Ro was already very tired. I told her that I knew you, so I discussed with her to take care of you." After listening to Mashiro's words, Nangongja let go of Mashiro's hand. "Are you relieved?" Mashiro suddenly smiled. "You're just like the sister complex I heard. You're so sad for your sister. Can't you pay more attention to me?" Mashiro said halfway, and his beautiful mouth pouted. Obviously, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Nangongja opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but because of the injuries on his body, he couldn't say a complete word for a long time. It was always a sound that couldn't be heard clearly. Seeing Nangongja's anxious look, Mashiro stretched out his hand and gently flicked Nangongja's forehead with his finger. "Fool! Can't you see that I'm teasing you? Look at how anxious you are." After flicking Nangongja's forehead, Mashiro's face suddenly smiled. Just like the warm sun in winter, it was so beautiful that it made people feel intoxicated. Nangongja was a little dazed for a while. "You don't think so much. Just focus on recovering. Nangong Ro and I also talked about some things about you. This can be said to be the most serious injury you've suffered since you became a ninja. So, don't think so much, just focus on recovering. I heard that 3 generations have already gone to find Tsunade-sama and want her to come back to treat the wounded. As long as Tsunade-sama comes back, you'll be able to recover faster." Hearing Mashiro's words, Nangongja also relaxed for a while. When he was in the sand battlefield, Nangongja was very clear about how magical Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was. She was obviously a ninja with hematophobia, but she could perform surgery without causing a trace of bleeding. No one would believe such a thing even if he told them about it. Mashiro also saw that Nangongja's mood was relaxed at the moment. So he stood up, picked up the kettle on the table next to him, and poured a glass of water, gently, as if he was protecting a fragile glass. He slowly helped Nangongja from lying down, one hand on Nangongja's back. The other hand held the cup and slowly fed Nangongja water. "Cough!" As if he choked, Nangongja coughed slightly. Mashiro immediately patted Nangongja's back and said softly, don't worry. Let's drink slowly." Mashiro was gentle like a warm spring, wrapping Nangongja's whole body. Chapter 70. After Nangongja woke up, he began a series of rehabilitation exercises. Nangong Ro, who came to visit later, said that Tsunade-sama had been found by Jiraiya-sama. But it seems that Tsunade didn't appear in public. Except for a few seriously injured ninjas, Tsunade didn't treat anyone else. It seems that Tsunade-sama has now made up her mind to leave Woodleaf. Nangongja remembered Tsunade's occasional confession in the sand battlefield. Coupled with Tsunade's current performance, he could probably guess Tsunade's thoughts. After all, the people who were seriously injured were probably some of the higher-ups of Woodleaf. Because the people who weren't strong enough were either lightly injured or killed by their injuries. So, Tsunade didn't care about the people she saved were Watergate and Uzumaki Shinakushina. In addition, Jiraiya, who was also a Sannin, begged her to come back to Woodleaf. And this time, when he came back, it could be said that he had exhausted the last bit of relationship with Konoha. It would be difficult to see Tsunade again in the future. But although Nangongja thought so, there was still an unexpected situation. Because Nangongja recovered quickly, he was discharged from the hospital and returned to Woodleaf's rebuilt home. When Nine Tails attacked the village, the Hitaki family's residence was almost destroyed. The remaining members of the Hitaki family were all mediocre in strength. Without White Fang's protection, most of the Hitaki family members didn't have the opportunity to rebuild their own courtyard. Except for Kakashi, because he was the son of White Fang, and his talent was extremely high, and he was also the disciple of Woodleaf's fourth Hokage. So, he was allocated resources to rebuild his former residence. Nangongja, because of his extraordinary performance in the Battle of Nine Tails, the place where he lived was also restored. In order to celebrate Nangongja's discharge from the hospital, and to welcome Mishiro and Linger to Woodleaf, they planned to go to a restaurant and have a good meal. The few of them sat down and ordered the dishes. While waiting for the dishes, they chatted. "Do you all know each other?" Nangongja said to his sister, Mishiro and Linger. "Yes, we do know each other, big brother." The two of them followed Tang Ren's team into Woodleaf Village the day after Nine Tails attacked the village. "They asked around and found me." Nangongro nodded. At the same time, she also nodded to Mishiro. "It's all thanks to Sister Mishiro's help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to take care of you, sister." Hearing how Nangongro addressed Mishiro, Nangongja was slightly surprised. Looking at the dazed Nangongja, Mishiro extended her small hand and knocked on Nangongja's head. It's been so long and you still haven't asked me when I was born." When I chatted with Sister Rower, I found out that she was actually younger than me, so we called each other sisters. Although Nangongja's body was very well trained, and Mishiro didn't use too much strength, a simple knock on the head didn't hurt at all. But Nangongja still pretended to be pitiful and looked at Mishiro with teary eyes. Seeing Nangongja's funny look, Nangongro, Mishiro, and Linger all laughed. "Big brother is so funny. Little Linger, I don't cry so easily." Little Linger covered her mouth and laughed. She also mocked Nangongja. Hearing Linger's words, Nangongja stopped pretending to be wronged and slowly walked behind Little Linger. He reached out and carried Little Linger and put her on his lap. "Really? Little Linger is so amazing." Nangongja pretended to be surprised and looked at Little Linger. Of course, hearing Nangongja's question, Little Linger seemed to be proud for a moment. She pouted and raised her head slightly. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Nangongja. This adorable look really hit Nangongja's cuteness in an instant. Nangongja reached out and patted Little Linger's head. "Our Little Linger is amazing." Seeing Nangongja and Little Linger's warm interaction, Nangongro and Mishiro also laughed. Seeing Mishiro and Nangongro's laughter, Little Linger looked at Nangongja in confusion. "Big brother, why are the two sisters laughing?" Nangongja also raised his head and saw the smiles on Nangongro and Mishiro's faces. Because they think Little Linger is very cute. The few of them still wanted to say something, but the sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from the door of the private room. After Nangongja carefully identified it, he felt that it was the sound of someone falling down because they were too drunk to walk. "Fine, let me go take a look and see who drank so much." Nangongja put Little Linger on the side and gestured to Nangongro and Mishiro. Then he stood up and opened the door of the izakaya. Nangongja was slightly surprised when he saw who it was. Because of the drunkenness in the aisle, it was his former battlefield commander, the Princess of Woodleaf, Tsunade Haim. Nangongja hurried over and helped Tsunade up from the ground. "Tsunade-sama, Are you okay? With that said, Nangongja also slightly mobilized the internal force in his body, trying to help Tsunade to clear her veins and restore her consciousness. But as if she sensed Nangongja's intention, Tsunade reached out and grabbed Nangongja's wrist. At the same time, she shook her head. Don't help me sober up. With my strength, unless I'm willing to get drunk, I won't be drunk. Today, Jiraiya-sensei and I came here for a farewell meal. It's better to get drunk. Although Tsunade was drunk and couldn't even walk steadily, she spoke clearly. It was obvious that she deliberately drank so much to numb her body. Tsunade-sama, are you really going to leave with Leaf and not come back? As soon as he said that, Nangongja secretly scolded himself for his stupidity, because Tsunade's omens had already shown her disappointment in Konoha. Not coming back. Tsunade shook her heavy head and muttered, who knows what will happen in the future? I also thought that I wouldn't come back after leaving with Leaf last time, but Jiraiya told me that Shinakushina was seriously injured and dying. I couldn't help but come back to save her. I thought I could be ruthless and completely abandon with Leaf, but, after all, this is the village that my grandfathers built with their own hands. Maybe Tsunade really drank too much. Nangongja shouldn't know about Shinakushina and other things. But these small things didn't matter. Nangongja could feel Tsunade's tangled emotions at this moment. Tsunade-sama, since you've decided, then do it. If you regret it, Wood Leaf will always be your home, right? I'll send you back first. If you don't go back after so long, Jiraiya-sama and the 3 generations may come out to find you. Tsunade nodded and agreed to Nangongja's proposal. Chapter 71. Under Tsunade's guidance, Nangongja found the box where Sandaime and Jiraiya were. After opening the door and explaining the situation, Nangongja left. After all, whether it's Jiraiya, Tsunade, or the 3 generations, they are all master and apprentice, and they are close to each other. There are some things that I know and I heard. It doesn't make any sense, so it's better to rot in my stomach. There will be people who will worry about it. As for me, although I'm a wood leaf ninja, even if I become the best jonin, I don't have any right to speak. This is the treatment that a ninja who was not trained by wood leaf from childhood must receive. Nangongja returned to his box and noticed Mishiro and Nangong Ro's puzzled eyes. Just now, Tsunade-sama drank too much. I have sent Tsunade-sama to Sandaime and Jiraiya-sama's side. It's okay, Nangongja said, and at the same time he waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to talk about this topic. Nangong Ro and Mishiro also knew that since there are some things that they don't understand, it's better not to ask. Speaking of which, Ro, have you been taking care of Yandaime's wife and child during this time? Nangongja suddenly remembered Nangong Ro's work that she occasionally mentioned to him before. After all, Yandaime gave him a good impression, so Nangongja still paid some attention to him. Yes, after Tsunade-sama came back, she began to treat Shinakushina-sama, who was seriously injured when Nine Tails attacked the village. And Shinakushina-sama seemed to have premature birth because of Nine Tails' attack. The child and she are very weak, so Kiba Hospital sent several medical ninjas to accompany them, and I was one of the shifts. Nangong Ro said, seeming to remember the situation of Shinakushina and the child. Her face was also slightly strange. Maybe she was worried about the two's health. But it's strange. I don't know what Yandaime-sama and Shinakushina-sama think. They want the child to follow the mother's instinct, Uzumaki. Maybe Shinakushina-sama wanted to end the Uzumaki clan's decline? Nangong Ro also immediately said something that felt strange. After all, in the ninja world, most children follow their father's surname instead of their mother's surname. However, this is family's business. Everyone couldn't say anything. It was fine if they talked about it in private, but if they really wanted to make it public, it would be a little too nosy. Follow the mothers? Then, what's the child? He wasn't interested. He didn't was S's. But when he heard that Yandaime-sama's child followed the mother's surname, he became interested. Oh! Nangong Ro thought for a while. It seems that because the name was a bit strange, she was a bit speechless for a while. But soon, she patted her head and said the child's name, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. This is the name of Yandame-sama's child. Naruto. What a good name. It was fine if he did not make a sound, but once he did, he would amaze the world. Presumably, Yandame-sama is full of expectations for his child, right? Just when Nangongja was sighing that Yandame-sama gave his child a good name, the door of Nangongja's room was violently pushed open. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you really have a good eye. It took me a long time to come up with this name. A white-haired uncle stood at the door and laughed. It's amazing. Well, yes, that's what I thought at the beginning. Nangongja naturally knew the person who came, whether it was the rock ninja battlefield or the izakaya box. Nangongja had seen this person before. It was one of the Sannin Jiraiya. Really? This name was actually given by Jiraiya-sama? Nangongja suddenly understood why Jiraiya heard him praising Naruto's name and couldn't help but push the door open and laugh. Speaking of which, this is the name of the protagonist of my first novel. Jiraiya touched his chin with his hand and said with a proud face, Jiraiya-sama, do you still write novels? I haven't heard about it yet. Jiraiya-sama, can you tell me the name of the novel? I'll read it when I have time. Nangongja has always been like this, although he's very fierce in battle. But usually he's very gentle and humble. Moreover, as one of the Sannin Jiraiya-sama can write novels, it's interesting enough. Ha 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 ha, you're very good kid. Of course, I'll let you read the treasure that I wrote. Saying that, Jiraiya began to fumble in the ninja bag on his back. I can also give you an autograph. This is Jiraiya-sama's autograph. Thank me. After finding the book, Jiraiya opened the title page of the book. There was a calligraphy pen with Jiraiya's name on it. When Kakashi read my novel, he couldn't help himself. These days, he's been pestering me to write the next novel. He wants to read it as soon as possible. Jiraiya stretched out his hand and scratched his messy hair with a worried look. But what's with the proud look in his eyes? However, it was a book that could make Kakashi, who had an ice cube face, addicted. It's really something to look forward to. After taking the book from Jiraiya's hand, Nangongja was a little confused for a moment. The book had a dark red cover and the words, Intimate Paradise, written on it. More importantly, there were several scantily clad women on the cover who were flirting with each other. Wasn't this clearly a small book? But Nangongja still endured the strange feeling in his heart, took the book from Jiraiya, and put it in the small ninja bag on his back. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Just now, Tsunade-sama seemed to have drunk a lot of wine. Please pay more attention to Tsunade-sama and take care of Tsunade-sama. Nangongja's words were in line with etiquette. His words already had the intention of asking the guest to leave. After all, Nangongja can say that he's holding a family banquet. Jiraiya's status is very high, and they're not very close to each other. So Nangongja was a little reluctant to let Jiraiya join in. It's okay. I'll personally send Tsunade home. But you... Speaking of this, Jiraiya suddenly looked at Nangong-ro and Mashiro sitting behind him, and the wretched look in his eyes was about to explode. He stepped forward and patted Nangongja's shoulder. Young people still need to control themselves. His tone was earnest, just like an elder's. However, Nangongja felt that the words that came out of his mouth were awkward no matter how he listened. Control? Is this something an elder should say? Chapter 72. After Jiraiya said that, Nangongja could only helplessly look at the two girls sitting behind him. Unlike little Linger, who didn't understand. Nangong-ro was blushing at the moment, but Mashiro didn't know why he was so interested. Hey, is this still the Mashiro I know? You know, people always have a side that they don't know. Nangongja remembered Jiraiya's heroic figure on the rocks battlefield, and the way he used all kinds of ninjutsu. For a while, he felt that Jiraiya's image in his mind collapsed. Among the Sannin, Orochimaru had already betrayed the village, and Tsunade was also very disappointed with Woodleaf and drank heavily. Jiraiya, the only one who still retained a great and righteous image in Nangongja's mind, was actually an old pervert who loved to write small books. Also, if he didn't hear wrong, Jiraiya seemed to have given such a book to Kakashi, so... In fact, Kakashi was also a person who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Nangongja suddenly remembered that when he was in the hospital, Kakashi also came to visit Yandame-sama and his wife. On the bench in the corridor, he was holding a book with a serious face. He even laughed from time to time. This book can't be that book, right? Sure enough, ninjas are people who can't be judged by conventional means. Even if Kakashi was an iceberg youth, was he actually a stuffy young man in his heart? I didn't expect that Wood Leaf is so famous. One of the candidates for the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya-sama, is actually, how should I put it, so bold and unrestrained? Mishiro sighed for a while. When Wood Leaf was running for the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, was actually very popular. Even the members of the Fire Country's royal family supported Jiraiya. But Jiraiya took the initiative to give up. Otherwise, why would the position of 4th Hokage be given to someone like Watergate? Even with the support of the 3 generations in Watergate, Watergate's contribution was great. If Jiraiya wanted to, he could immediately become Wood Leaf's Hokage. Okay. We'll just treat these people as a joke. I didn't expect that Wood Leaf's Sannin to be so promiscuous. Tsunade was a gambler. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. As expected, the disciples taught by the 3rd generation master were all unique. Haha! A burst of uncontrollable laughter rang out. It was actually Nangong-ro who was blushing just now. Promiscuous? Promiscuous. Haha! How did you come up with such a strange nickname? If he heard it, So, where was her? Why did she start laughing all of a sudden? Looking at his sister's appearance, Nangongja became even stupider than Gun. However, what followed was the laughter of the 3 women. Although the process was a bit different from what Nangongja imagined, the 4 of them could eat together and laugh. Isn't that great? Looking at Nangongja, who was talking to Mishiro, and little Linger, who was stuffing all kinds of food into her mouth. For a moment, Nangongja felt that time was so wonderful. Just like that, they had a long meal in the izakaya. Time always flies, and it's hard to stop it. Nangongja cultivated in Wood Leaf for 3 months. After the battle with 9 Tails, Nangongja couldn't fully explore the condition of his body because of excessive internal energy consumption. After that, because he had to slowly recuperate his body quickly recovered. Nangongja finally recovered. As Nangongja felt the vigorous inner strength that was surging like a river in his body, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. It seemed that some strange shackles were removed from his body. Originally, Nangongja had a lot of conjectures in his heart. At this moment, the internal energy in his body had faithfully told Nangongja the answer. Internal energy and sword energy had the same root. They were bred by the same method, but they showed different interests. All things return to yin and embrace yang. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The human body was like the most original one. The 2 natures of yin and yang were hidden in the human body, and the 2 natures of yin and yang nurtured the 3 basic forces of the human body. How similar was the relationship between yin and yang, internal energy and sword energy? Perhaps the road paved by the earliest people who cultivated internal energy was to harmonize internal energy and sword energy. There was gentleness and there was violence. The 2 harmonized with each other, and one was indispensable. Only then could the true power of internal energy be unleashed. However, under the washing of the river of time, many methods of harmonizing internal energy and sword energy had been exhausted. After Nangongja woke up, Nangong-ro explained to Nangongja that she had used a crystal left by her grandfather to save the violent internal energy in her body. Perhaps it was a method of harmonizing sword energy and internal energy in ancient times? Nangongja shook his head to clear these messy thoughts out of his mind. He changed into a black short swordsman's uniform and held a black sword in his hand. He walked to the center of the courtyard. It was already the middle of winter. Wood Leaf had also snowed a few times. Nangongja's courtyard was also filled with sparkling white snowflakes. Just like that, Nangongja walked barefooted to the center of the snow. He did not use the internal energy flowing in his body. Instead, he slowly began to dance with the black sword in his hand. His swordsmanship was light and gentle. It was as if a young girl was reaching out her soft hands and gently caressing her lover. The young girl seemed to be opening her mouth to speak, but she swallowed her words. The soft silk slowly narrated on the tip of the sword. What about Nangongja? At this moment, he was thinking about Mishiro's gentleness and care for him. The more he thought about it, the gentler his swordsmanship became. Little Linger wrapped herself in a cotton-padded coat and opened the door of her room. She wanted to ventilate the room. After all, the charcoal stove in the room was warm. However, there was a strange smell. Coincidentally, she saw Nangongja practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Little Linger did not understand how profound Nangongja's swordsmanship was. However, the light and graceful swordsmanship was like a dance. Little Linger was mesmerized. Brother's swordsmanship is so beautiful. The little stars in her eyes were about to pop out. Nangongro and Mishiro heard Little Linger's exclamation and came to Little Linger's door. Mishiro did not understand. Little Linger did not understand. However, how could Nangongro not understand? That soft affection was slowly expressed along with the swordsmanship. So, brother's feelings for someone are so deep that it affects his swordsmanship? Nangongro sighed. Her eyes could not help but look at Mishiro, who was beside her. Chapter 73. Mishiro didn't notice Nangongro's gaze. After all, Mishiro was just an ordinary person who didn't know ninjutsu. Moreover, he was focused on Nangongja's sword dance. However, with the gentle narration of love, Nangongja's swordsmanship slowly changed. It was no longer the entanglement between lovers. Instead, it was a ball of fire that warmed and illuminated the world. Unknowingly, internal energy was slowly injected into the sword. Although the amount of inner force wasn't large, it was able to display extraordinary power. The cracks on the black sword's body slowly emitted a faint red glow. That's right, the black sword existed for the sake of true inner strength. Only with true internal energy could the black sword be used to its full potential. There was a huge difference between internal energy and chakra. Especially in combat, chakra ninjutsu had the 5 attributes of water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. A qualified ninja could use ninjutsu of at least 1 attribute. A jonin could use ninjutsu of more attributes. The most famous would Leaf Ninjutsu Professor, Ninja Ao, 3 generations of Hokage. Yuanfei Sasuke could even use 5 types of ninjutsu and master their nature and form changes. What about internal energy? In a one-on-one fight, internal energy could cut and block the transmission and application of chakra. However, in a large-scale battle between armies, a person who cultivated internal energy was far less useful than a ninja who was proficient in chakra. Therefore, the black sword was a great breakthrough. It was a tool that allowed internal energy cultivators to have the ability to fight in a large-scale battle. It wasn't sharp, and it wasn't something that was unusually strong. It didn't even have the magical effect of sucking blood. The black sword was a key that could help the user communicate with the power of heaven and earth. Through the user's internal energy, it could guide the power of heaven and earth that lingered around the world. Of course, Nangongja didn't know that much. He just subconsciously transmitted his internal energy into the black sword. The warm winter sun peeked out from the thick clouds, revealing its face. A ray of sunlight shone on Nangongja's body, seemingly intentional but also seemingly unintentional. The light within the slits of the black sword shone even brighter. The swordsmanship no longer had the gentle feeling it had at the beginning. Instead, it was a ball of fire, a great sun. It emitted its own light without restraint, as if it wanted to dispel all the haze in this world. D. A clear voice suddenly sounded. If one had to describe it, it was like the sound of water droplets, and that was indeed the case. With Nangongja's feet as the center, the thick snow began to melt slowly. At first, it only melted a little. However, the sun didn't seem to be satisfied that it could only cause such a small effect. It became even more dazzling. The ice and snow in the courtyard began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The melted ice and snow gradually converged into a stream. The sun was so bright, but it didn't evaporate the water with the heat. It just let it flow. The snow water seeped into the soil. With an almost imperceptible sound, a small blade of grass sprouted from the soil. It seemed to be a little confused and sleepy. It hadn't endured the cold winter yet, but it grew out just like that. However, the sun's light still shone on it. It dispelled the remaining trace of wilt. It made its emerald green even brighter. As if they had received the encouragement of this small grass, the other small grasses also began to emerge from the soil. Soon, the entire courtyard was covered with green blades of grass. What about the cherry blossom tree that had withered in autumn, and half of it had been burned in the battle with the nine-tailed beast? It began to grow buds one after another. The buds grew spontaneously. They turned into branches. One by one, the buds formed and bloomed. For a moment, the courtyard was full of spring. As for little Linger, Mashiro, and Nangong-ro, they had long been mesmerized and stunned by the scene. Although Nangongja had always been a rare powerhouse in their hearts, they had never seen him before. But this kind of violation of the laws of nature allowed the grass and withered trees to sprout and bloom in such a short time. It was simply beyond people's imagination, and Nangongja seemed to be exhausted. He slowly put the long sword in his hand back into the scabbard on his back. He opened his eyes and looked at the green around him. He smiled happily. With a light leap, he broke off a branch full of cherry blossoms. He walked in front of little Linger. Didn't little Linger complain to brother that winter has been long? Then, brother will turn the entire courtyard into spring. There will be flowers and green grass. Nangongja said and smiled. He handed the branch in his hand to little Linger. And little Linger? She just took it in a daze. It seemed that the little girl still hadn't recovered from the shock. Brother, just now you... Nangong-ro couldn't help but speak. Using a human body to go against the heavens and change the environment of a small area. Was this really something that a human could do? Don't be so surprised. This isn't my power. It's the power of the entire world. Nangongja shook his head. After all, he wasn't one of those legendary gods. I used my internal energy to attract the power of the world. Let a part of the power of nature become my own power. It's actually not difficult to change the environment. Nangongja seemed to want to say something, but he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. One of his hands grabbed the hilt of the black sword on his back. Soon, at the end of the horizon, a small dot rushed in Nangongja's direction at an extremely fast speed. At first, it was difficult to see the appearance of the person. But soon, Nangongja let go of the hilt in his hand. It was very simple, because in Nangongja's eyes was a huge toad. Only the Sannin of Jiraiya's family had such a summoned beast. The Yondaime was still recuperating in Kiba Hospital. So, who else could it be but Jiraiya? Boom! The toad landed, and a figure with long white hair also landed in front of Nangongja. Who used senjutsu? Jiraiya asked anxiously. In fact, Jiraiya hadn't been in contact with senjutsu for a long time. He was still in the cultivation stage, but he could still use his perception. The wood leaf incident was over because the Yondaime didn't reply. So Jiraiya didn't leave the wood leaf immediately. Instead, he listened to his teacher's advice and temporarily stayed in the wood leaf. Suddenly, he felt the fluctuation of senjutsu that he thought was a secret technique of Mount Myaboku, so he naturally came to take a look. Jiraiya-sama? Nangongja was actually a little confused, because he didn't know what senjutsu Jiraiya was talking about. Senjutsu is? It's the power that turned this place into spring. Jiraiya said hurriedly. If I'm not wrong, the senjutsu you mentioned should be the power that I recently learned to attract nature, right? Chapter 74. Is it really the power of nature? Such a magical effect, in Jiraiya's impression, only the first Hokages would release, and the two toads of Mount Myaboku have this kind of effect. Wait for me a moment. Seeing Nangongja's doubts, Jiraiya could only stretch out his hands. He wanted Nangongja to wait for a moment. Then, Jiraiya turned around and said to the giant toad, standing behind him, "Don't worry. Toda-samu, you go back to Mount Mayaboku first. Inform Fukasaku Sanin and Shima Sanin. I found a ninja in Woodleaf Village who uses the power of nature. I hope to bring him to Mount Mayaboku to figure out what's going on. At this time, Jiraiya didn't have the wretched appearance he showed in front of Nangongja. On the contrary, he was too overbearing. He didn't even consult Nangongja's opinion and began to make all kinds of arrangements. Jiraiya-sama. Nangongja patted Jiraiya's shoulder, hoping that Jiraiya would look at him. What? Jiraiya turned his head. He was halfway through his words. He already saw Nangongja's slightly cold eyes. Even if Nangongja's position in Woodleaf wasn't as high as him, he wasn't one of the leaders of Woodleaf. But it's still undeniable that Nangongja's power can be ranked in Woodleaf. What's more, Woodleaf experienced the Third Shinobi World War, and Ninetales attacked the village. All kinds of talents were somewhat withered. The Sannin who could have become the new pillar of Woodleaf betrayed and left. As for Jiraiya, he was busy investigating a mysterious organization hidden in the dark. To put it bluntly, Nangongja was already one of the important forces guarding Woodleaf. For such a person, Jiraiya's attitude was a bit too much. Sorry, I lost my composure. Jiraiya, who understood the ins and outs, didn't put on any airs in front of Nangongja. Instead, he openly apologized. It's mainly because nature's chakra is too important for us ninjas. Everyone knows that the first Hokage of Woodleaf Village, the Shinobi no Kami, Senju Takuma. The reason why he was able to conquer the world and subdue the nine-tailed beasts was because of his legendary Mokuton ninjutsu. But today, there is no one who can use the wood escape technique. The first Hokage can be said to be the only ninja in the known history who can use Mokuton. Even Senju Takuma, the younger brother of the first Hokage, can't use this magical technique. We've never been able to explain what's going on, but my sensei, the third Hokage of Konoha, is the direct disciple of the first and second Hokage, and there are various signs of him using would release against the first Hokage. The most important element to use Mokuton is nature's chakra. Nangongja was a little confused when he heard this. About the power of the first Hokage, as long as one lives in the shinobi world, almost everyone has heard about it. But according to Jiraiya, controlling nature's chakra can use Mokuton. This is obviously not the case because at this moment, Nangongja can control and draw on some nature's chakra. But he can only draw on the grass that already exists and the dead tree that still has a trace of vitality. Compared with the first Hokage's method of creating a forest out of thin air, and every branch can absorb and suppress chakra's chakra, it's really a far cry, isn't it? Jiraiya-sama. I can use nature's chakra only because I draw on a small amount of nature's chakra with my own strength. There is no such thing as the miracle of Mokuton. I don't practice chakra like most ninjas. So did you misunderstand something? Although Jiraiya is still a little impatient, after understanding how important Nangongja is, he still listened to Nangongja's doubts. Indeed, it's not that you can use nature's chakra to use Mokuton, because the first Hokage has completely retained nature's chakra in his body, absorbing and assimilating nature's chakra. There is no barrier between nature's chakra and nature's chakra. The summoned beasts of the Sannin are all from ancient races. It was Master who specially searched for us. It was because of the desire to reproduce Mokuton that we signed a summon contract with these 3 summoned beast clans. However, after Orochimaru's test, we found that it's impossible to integrate nature's chakra with nature's chakra like the first Hokage. Any attempt to completely integrate oneself into nature's chakra will only result in failure. You'll only turn yourself into a frog, a python, or even a slug. Nangongja didn't ask why Jiraiya knows that failure will lead to such a tragic end. Because as long as it involves the first Hokage's Mokuton, Woodleaf's plan, and Orochimaru, it won't be anything positive, will it? So, you're looking for a new way to integrate nature's chakra into your body? Nangongja finally understood the plan of Jiraiya or Woodleaf Hokage. Nangongja, do you know how important Mokuton is to Woodleaf? Woodleaf now has a Senju with half or even 1/3 of the power of the first Hokage. Woodleaf will not be just one of the 5 great shinobi villages in the world. Jiraiya said, and a fire seemed to burn in his eyes. A pair of big hands grabbed Nangong's shoulders. The huge force almost made Nangongja grimace. This is the seemingly amiable and sometimes even perverted Jiraiya? At this moment, in Nangongja's eyes, Jiraiya was more like a person who was blinded by religious fanaticism. Is this the reason why you want to take me to the place called Mount Mayaboku? Nangongja didn't show any emotion, but Nangong-ro, Mashiro, and Little Linger were standing in the room looking at Nangongja with a worried face. Such a scene was too stressful for the girls. That's one of the Sannin Jiraiya. His every move can almost represent the attitude of the entire wood leaf. And Nangongja? For those who are interested in Mokutan, he's just a precious living material. Even if Nangongja is really exhausted? Anyway, he's not a ninja trained by wood leaf, so there's no need to worry. Although wood leaf is now green and yellow. But what if? What if they can find the secret of Mokutan from Nangongja? Make Mokutan a regular jutsu of wood leaf? That's really exciting. Chapter 75. Just when Nangongja wanted to say something to Jiraiya, Jiraiya suddenly turned around and quickly made hand seals, summoning Gamadame who had just disappeared. Jiraiya-sama, Fukasaku Sannin and Shima Sannin have agreed to your request. Although this Nangong Jonin didn't sign a contract with Mount Mayaboku, because it involves Senjutsu, the two Sannin have made special permission to reverse summon Nangongja Jonin to Mount Mayaboku. Gamadame seemed to be a straightforward person, and he didn't say much and immediately reported the decision of the two Sannin to Jiraiya. When Jiraiya heard the news, he nodded and looked at Nangongja. I'm sorry, Nangong-jun, because Senjutsu and natural energy have a wide range of effects. I have to take you to Mount Mayaboku and investigate what's going on. Jiraiya seemed to be a little apologetic and said, but please rest assured that it will never endanger your life and the normal lives of your family and friends. I promise you with my title as a Sannin. At this time, Jiraiya seemed to have calmed down, and he didn't look like a fanatic anymore. Nangongja wanted to believe Jiraiya's words. After all, Jiraiya has already promised Nangongja with his title. But Nangongja couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Is this a disguised threat? If I refuse, does it mean that whether it's Nangong-ro, Mashiro, or Little Linger, they will tremble under the threat of wood leaf? Don't say that Nangongja's thoughts are too extreme. As long as people who have really seen the various dark sides of the major ninja villages, they will have such thoughts. White Fang's example was right in front of his eyes. In that case, I'll leave it to Jiraiya-sama. Nangongja could only nod, indicating that he agreed with Jiraiya's proposal. That's good. I'll start preparing the reverse summoning technique now. Hearing Nangongja's agreement, Jiraiya immediately looked happy. Immediately, he put the huge scroll on his back on the ground and unfolded it. His fingertips fluttered, and he quickly printed hand seals. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. He pressed his bloody hand to the ground, and a spell spread on the ground. When the spell ended, a burst of brilliance also rose from the spell. So, Jiraiya didn't say anything and pointed. He pointed to the formation array to do so. His meaning to wanted to step. Just to step into the array. And little s to s's to twos to him to and linger and stood. As to say to je to say something. As to s. But Nangongja immediately shook his head and stopped Nangong-ro from saying what she wanted to say. There were some things that once said, there was no room for negotiation. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama is one of wood leaf Sannin. Such a person can be trusted if he swears by his own name. I'll be there soon. Take care of Mashiro and Little Linger. Although Nangongja said so, his eyes flickered on his face that Jiraiya couldn't see. Nangong-ro and Nangongja have been together for a long time. Nangongja's little tricks were naturally familiar to her. However, it was precisely because of this that she couldn't do anything unusual. She just nodded, and then said, I understand, Oniai-san. You can rest assured and follow Jiraiya-sama. I'll take good care of Mashiro-san and Linger, Nangong-ro said firmly and seriously. Nangongzhi didn't say anything more, because he believed in her. His younger sister had already understood what he meant. Then he turned and walked into the array. And Jiraiya, after taking a deep look at Nangongzhi, he also followed Nangongzhi's footsteps into the array. However, a faint sigh still reverberated in the air. I didn't expect that even Nangongzhi's sister is also a strange woman. Seeing Nangongzhi and Jiraiya's figures disappear, Nangongzhi also turned around and returned to her room with Mashiro and Little Linger. She closed the door. In the forest outside Nangong's house, several figures suddenly flashed by, making people feel dazzled. After closing the door, Nangongzhi said to Mashiro and Little Linger, "Mashiro-san and Little Linger, you all go to your rooms and pack your luggage. If there's nothing wrong, it's okay. But if there's something wrong, we'll leave with Leaf immediately." Then she walked into Nangongzhi's room and opened a secret door in the closet. This time, I'm sure that something unusual will happen. And Mashiro? She just took Little Linger's hand and walked to their rooms to pack their luggage. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. I didn't expect that even in the most peaceful wood leaf, Mia still has to be on edge. Mashiro thought silently. At the same time, Nangongzhi and Jiraiya arrived at the legendary Mount Mayaboku. Here, is this the legendary Mount Mayaboku that was passed down from the Sage of the Six Paths? At this moment, Nangongzhi didn't have the gloomy feeling he had when he left with Leaf. After all, things have already reached this point. Even if he had other plans, it doesn't make any sense. Mount Mayaboku can be said to be the most secure prison. It's a small world independent of the shinobi world. Even if Nangongzhi wanted to escape, how can he escape? So, since he's here, he might as well take it easy. He might as well take a good look at the lake and mountains, and listen to the chirping of birds and cicadas. Indeed, Mount Mayaboku is indeed a paradise far away from the chaos of the shinobi world. However, once something happens in the shinobi world, Mount Mayaboku will still be unable to protect itself. This space is attached to the main space of the shinobi world. If the skin doesn't exist, what's the hair? Jiraiya is actually a person who wants to avoid the world, but the sense of responsibility and justice in his heart doesn't allow him to get away from it. Maybe he's just born to be busy, right? One day, maybe he will be burdened by the sense of responsibility and justice in his heart and die here. So, are we going to meet the Fukasaku Sannin and Shima Sannin you just mentioned? Nangongzhi suddenly remembered the conversation between Jiraiya and Toad-Isamu just now. Obviously, this so-called Shima Sannin and Fukasaku Sannin are the current leaders of Mount Mayaboku. No, young man, we're already here. An old voice sounded behind Nangongzhi. Nangongzhi hurriedly turned around and bowed deeply. Greetings to the two Sannin. Looking at Nangongzhi's respectful appearance, Fukasaku Sannin and Shima Sannin seemed to be very happy. I haven't seen such a polite boy for a long time. Little Jiraiya, can't you learn from this young man? Chapter 76. Hearing Fukasaku Sennin's words, Jiraiya was a little embarrassed for a while. After all, Jiraiya had heard this kind of conversation from Fukasaku Sannin too many times. Fukasaku Sannin, this kid is my junior. Can't you give me some face? Although Jiraiya knew that he couldn't stop Fukasaku Sannin from mocking him, he couldn't help but say this. What about Fukasaku Sannin? He didn't pay attention to Jiraiya's words at all. Instead, he continued to talk to Nangongzhi. Boy, don't be so formal. Just think of me as a slightly older elder to you. Fukasaku Sennin's behavior made Nangongzhi feel that this Sannin didn't seem to be the kind of person he imagined. Instead, he was very kind. So Nangongzhi also raised his bowing posture. Okay. Then I'll boldly call you Fukasaku Sannin. Fukasaku Sannin seemed to be happy that someone called him that, so he laughed. Ha ha ha, boy. You are really different from Jiraiya. I like it very much. Nangongzhi looked up, trying to find Fukasaku Sennin's figure, whether it was Toad-Isamu or Toad Buntai. It seems that the higher the seniority, the bigger the size. This is also one of the major characteristics of the Psychic Beast group. But to Nangongzhi's surprise, Fukasaku Sennin's figure, how to describe it? It's a little too small, like the size of an ordinary toad. It's just that his chin has a white goatee, and he's wearing a somewhat shabby cloth robe. He looks a little ordinary. What's wrong, boy? Are you curious why I'm so small? Fukasaku Sanin seemed to see Nangong's thoughts and began to ask Nangongja, but he didn't wait for Nangong's answer and said it himself. Indeed, according to common sense, psychic beasts are generally stronger the bigger the size. Regardless of whether it was the tailed beasts or the many famous spiritual beasts, they were all very large. However, my wife and I are one of the few people in Mount Mystic Wood who have succeeded in cultivating natural energy, and we have begun to slowly restrain ourselves. If I were to reveal my true form, I would be 2 or 3 times bigger than that brat Wentai, right? So that's how it was? Nangong just suddenly thought of the black lion, Li Yang, that was hiding in his body. Back then, Li Yang was also able to restrain himself. After all, if it was too big, it would be troublesome in terms of combat and other aspects. All right, old man. Stop showing off in front of the boy. And why did you say that about Jiraiya Kid? Obviously, Jiraiya Kid is also very polite, right? A voice different from Fukasaku Senin's came from behind Nangongja. Nangongja looked back. A toad dressed as a lady was standing on Jiraiya's shoulder at the moment. She must be the other Sanin, Shima Sanin, right? Greetings, Shima Sanin. Nangongja still respectfully saluted Shima Sanin. Ioyo, just like what the old man said, you are a polite child. Seeing that one person and 2 toads were about to start a long conversation, Jiraiya interrupted their mutual praise. As for whether it was to prevent the 2 Sanin from criticizing him for being rude, Jiraiya would never admit it. 2 Sanin, let's solve the main purpose of my coming here. Hearing what Jiraiya said, the 2 Sanin seemed to remember that Nangongja could use natural energy. Okay, let's get down to business. Fukasaku Sanin straightened his robe and coughed softly. It seemed that he was ready to get down to business. It's like this Nangong kid. About your natural energy, Jiraiya has already told us about it through Brave Toad. Fukasaku Sanin glanced at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya nodded at the same time, indicating Fukasaku Sanin to continue. Jiraiya Kid's character, we 2 old men and old women are very clear about it. When it comes to the topic of natural energy, he will definitely be rude at the time. I hope you don't mind. Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile awkwardly. After all, he did go a bit too far at the time. At this moment, Fukasaku Sanin actually apologized for him, which was really embarrassing. And Nangongja heard Fukasaku Senin's words, and the stone in his heart also dissipated a little. It's okay. I also know what natural energy means to Woodleaf and the 3 Summon Beast Holy Lands. Although Jiraiya-sama did lose control of his emotions at that time, he didn't do anything strange. Hearing Nangongja's words, Fukasaku Sanin also nodded. Well, very good. Then let's continue the topic of natural energy. The way we use natural energy inherited by Mount Mayaboku is to absorb small natural energy particles from the air and other places, mix it with chakra in your body, and generate a higher energy form called Senjutsu chakra. Although it's also an application of natural energy, it's a trick. But it's a shortcut. After all, it doesn't use natural energy in the true sense. Because it's impossible for ordinary people to circulate natural energy smoothly in their body. Once they lose control, it will cause natural energy to go berserk and petrify themselves. Fukasaku Sanin stretched out his hand and pointed to the huge stone frogs around him. These huge stone frogs are actually humans or are people who failed to cultivate natural energy. If a toad fails to cultivate Senjutsu, it will be petrified. Once a human fails to cultivate, it will lose its human form and petrify. Looking at the countless stone frogs around him, Nangongja felt a chill in his heart for a while. The natural energy that he can attract is actually such a dangerous thing. But you're different, you're using natural energy. Even without Chakra's natural energy, your form didn't change, and the power in your body didn't go berserk. It's really amazing. This is also the reason why Jiraiya brought you to Mount Mayaboku even if he lost his composure. But, Fukasaku Sanin said, but suddenly shook his head and even sighed. I don't understand how you did it. Before I came here to see you, Toad Senin had already given an order. I hope I can take you to see him. When Nangongja heard Fukasaku Senin's words, his mind turned. In fact, his understanding of natural energy is not that deep. He thought that the person called Toad Senin should give him a convincing explanation, right? Chapter 77. Toad Sage is a great existence that has existed since the era of Six Paths Senin. He is the guardian of Mount Mayaboku. Generally, Great Sage doesn't intervene in the secular affairs of Mount Mayaboku. This time, the great immortal Toad specially ordered us to bring you to see him. Fukasaku Senin said and took Nangongja to the depths of Mount Mayaboku. Liang, did this Toad Sage really exist since the era of Six Paths Senin? Nangongja silently said to Liang, who was hiding in his body. Toad? Six Paths Senin? It seems to be the old Toad. He didn't know if Liang realized that he was cursing himself, but it was obvious that Liang actually knew this so-called Toad Sage. If I didn't guess wrong, this guy who calls himself Toad Sage, isn't he Toadmaru? Liang muttered to himself, but Nangongja also heard it clearly. Is Liang also such an existence that has witnessed countless history and thousands of heroes? Can this Toad Sage really explain to me that I can use the power of nature? In fact, Nangongja has been secretly communicating with Liang since he entered Mount Mayaboku. Originally, he thought that using the power of nature is a matter of course. At most, it's a different form of power from ninjutsu. But since Jiraiya began to eagerly force Nangongja knew that the power of nature is very important. Although Liang has some understanding of the power of nature, he can't explain why Nangongja can use a sword to communicate with heaven and earth and use the power of nature. This is one of the reasons why Nangongja was willing to follow Jiraiya to Mount Mayaboku. Even if a person can use the power of nature, but even if he knows how, he doesn't know why. It's better not to have such power that he can't control. This is Nangongja's request for himself. Todamaru seems to have learned a dream entry technique from the Six Paths. Through entering dreams, one could observe the three realms and even foresee the future. He did have some skills. If there was really someone in this world who could answer your questions, then Toadball was indeed the best candidate. Of course. The premise is that this old man won't deliberately scheme against you. As Liang spoke, she was also worried. It was obvious that this Toad Maru, who was known as the Great Toad Immortal, his image in Liang wasn't that good. Even an old man would become a spirit, let alone an ancient spiritual beast that had been through many trials and tribulations. Even between Nangongja and Liang, if it weren't for the fact that their lives were linked, Liang wouldn't have been able to get along with him. Nangongja would not treat Liang with such sincerity. After all, he had to survive in such a dangerous world. It was better to be as careful as possible, right? The conversation between Nangongja and Liang continued, and Nangongja himself seemed to have reached the deepest part of Mount Mayaboku. A huge altar was built in a deep and serene cave. A huge toad was sitting in the middle of the altar, half asleep and half awake. Great Immortal, that young man called Nangongja, we have brought him here. Fukasaku jumped a few times and arrived beside Great Immortal Toad's ear. He shouted strenuously. Great Immortal Toad seemed to have woken up because of Fukasaku's shout. Ugh! A faint groan could be heard, and Immortal Toad's eyes opened a slit. Its dim yellow eyes seemed to have a bit of confusion from just waking up, as well as a kind of turbidity due to old age. Nangong? The Great Immortal Toad muttered softly. After a while, it seemed to remember the name Nangong. Is it the person who cultivated internal energy and can use natural energy? It's been a long time. A long time. I haven't seen such a person. As Great Immortal Toad said this, his eyes began to look at Nangongja's figure, and he became silent. After a long silence, Nangongja felt that he couldn't leave in silence. Thus, he slightly bowed and said, With Leaf Jonin, Nangongja, greetings, Great Immortal Toad. Hearing Nangongja's words, Great Immortal Toad wanted to say something. However, He suddenly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. You seem to have an old friend in your left arm? Sure enough, great immortal Toad's eyesight was extremely shocking. However, in such a short period of time, he discovered that there was another soul residing in Nangong's left arm. Boy, let me out. Since an old friend invited me, I naturally have to show my face. Hearing Li Yang's words, Nangongzhi bit his right thumb, lifted the clothes on his left arm, and pressed his bloody finger on the lion head seal. Show yourself, Li Yang. An array formed above Nangongzhi, and Li Yang's huge head poked out of the array. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, Li Yang's body began to appear little by little. Finally, after a while, Li Yang's huge body appeared in the depths of Mount Mayaboku. Old Toad, it's been a long time. Li Yang's majestic and domineering voice instantly resounded throughout the cave. Is this Nangongzhi's summoned beast? Jiraiya looked at Li Yang's huge body, and an old memory surfaced in his mind. It was this summoned beast named Li Yang that followed Nangongzhi's rock shinobi to the battlefield, contributed a lot to Woodleaf's victory. Although Jiraiya knew that this summoned beast was not ordinary, he really didn't expect that this black lion was actually from the same generation as Great Immortal Toad. It's you. The Great Immortal Toad seemed to have seen Li Yang's figure. In an instant, his slightly opened eyes suddenly widened. The dim, sleepy, and dirty eyes all disappeared for a while. You madman are still alive? Li Yang heard Great Immortal Toad call him a madman, and for a while he seemed to have heard a joke. He laughed, and at the same time, lightning surged. Li Yang's figure shrank little by little. This figure was the one Nangongzhi saw in his mind. A man wearing a black cloak. Everyone says that I'm a madman, but in such a world, if I'm not a madman, how can I be free? Li Yang said with a smile. But whether it was Great Immortal Toad, Shima Fukasaku, or even Jiraiya, they were all shocked by such a mighty man. What kind of courage did he have to say such words? Chapter 78. Fine, fine. I already know what kind of character you have. Saying such words. This is the proud black lion I know. Although Toad Sage was shocked by Li Yang's words for a while, he quickly returned to normal. So, whether it's the insidious and cunning old snake or the gentle slug, your words are still the most pleasing to the ear. It's been a long time, old Toad. Li Yang maintained her human form and stood beside Immortal Toad. But this scene is very strange. After all, although Li Yang's human form is very tall and burly, standing in front of Toad Sage, he's not even as big as Toad Sage's claw. It's really funny, isn't it? Toad Sage also looked at Nangongzhi at this moment. I have been wondering, although you can communicate with natural energy, but as long as you come in contact with natural energy, it will inevitably affect the shape of your body. But you didn't change at all. It seems that Black Lion has put a lot of effort in this regard. Nangongzhi heard these words and was a little confused. After all, Li Yang never told him that he helped him control the flow of natural energy into his body. But Li Yang shook his head at this moment. He signaled Nangongzhi not to talk more. It seems that he didn't want Toad Sage to know the details of this matter. I don't know. Toad Sage, can you explain to me why I can communicate with natural energy? Whether it's Jiraiya-sama or Fukasaku Shima, it's very clear that natural energy is a great and dangerous power. Nangongzhi's words entered Immortal Toad's ears without missing a single word. Toad Sage was also very clear about Nangongzhi's concerns about natural energy. A huge force was like a bomb that could explode at any time if one didn't understand it well enough. That's true. After Li Yang lost contact with him, this method of cultivating inner strength with natural energy appeared. Great Immortal Toad said slowly, but from time to time, he would glance at Li Yang who was standing by his feet. Inner strength has a huge flaw. I'm sure you, Nangong, are the clearest about this. That is the danger of becoming a demon. In the long history of the world, there have been countless people who turned into devils after cultivating their inner strength. Among them, there are also quite a number of people who have almost become heavenly demons who have slaughtered the world. However, Those who have fallen into the demonic path are actually squandering their potential and life without any scruples. When the power of the bedevilment declines, they will die from exhaustion of their life force. There has never been a lack of geniuses in the world. There was once a brilliant inner strength cultivator who, for some reason, managed to retain a part of his mind after he turned into a demon. As his life force continued to decline, he searched for many ways to save himself. Of course, it was because he had entered the demonic path. His temperament has also become extremely irritable, resulting in many killings. Until he forced his way into the slug's wet-bone forest. The great immortal toad paused for a moment as he spoke. His eyes were filled with helplessness and resentment. This genius who had entered the demonic path defeated the protector of the wet-bone forest, the slug. He took away an important item of the wet-bone forest's immortal technique inheritance, although I don't know what it is. Thinking about it, Immortal Toad looked at the black sword on Nangong's back. It has a lot to do with the sword on your back. Natural energy is the power of heaven and earth. It hides a majestic life force. As long as you can suppress the riot of natural energy, you can recover the life force you've lost. Although it can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, it can still slow down the loss of life force. However, this genius still failed. I've thought about it many times. Why is that? After all, although his way of thinking is a bit too idealistic, but from a theoretical level, this method still has a certain degree of feasibility. After this genius who had entered the demonic path died, this sword was passed down from generation to generation. It seems that the sword intent of this genius is hidden within, and it can guide the path of the sword for future generations. And you are the second person who can use internal force and natural energy at the same time. Although I have inherited the dream technique from the Rakuto Sannin, there are some secrets that I still can't know. Immortal Toad said with an apologetic look in his eyes. I don't know what's going on with these things. Maybe this road that hasn't been finished by others needs you to continue. After saying this, the great Immortal Toad closed his eyes. Clearly, he wanted to chase the guests away. Fukasaku Sannin also understood the meaning of Immortal Toad at this moment. Obviously, he wanted to ask Nangongja and Jiraiya to leave here. And Riang? Fukasaku Sannin felt that he really had no way. After all, this Black Lion's seniority was too high. Jiraiya boy and Nangong boy. It seemed like Great Immortal Toad and Black Lion Liang were going to say something. It's time for dinner now. Why don't you stay in Mount Mayaboku and have dinner before leaving? Shima Sannin suddenly said after leaving the Toad Cave for some distance. When Jiraiya heard such a sentence, his face instantly turned green. Nangongja looked at Jiraiya's strange face and had a bad feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to say something to decline, Shima Sennin's sharp eyes looked at Nangongja like a knife. I can't refuse an elder's gift. Since Shima Sannin wants to invite me to dinner, then I naturally can't refuse. After a long time, Riang and Immortal Toad seemed to have finished talking. It turned into a stream of light and entered the lion head seal on Nangongja's left arm. After leaving only a sentence, he fell into a deep sleep. And Nangongja? At this moment his face was green, and it didn't seem to be a good time to talk about business. In the steaming smoke, Nangongja and Jiraiya returned to Woodleaf Village. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Jiraiya covered his mouth and stomach and hurriedly ran back to his home with a wisp of smoke. Oni-san, you're back? Hearing the movement outside, Nangong-ro also opened the door and saw Nangongja with a very ugly face at the moment. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Looking at Nangongja's strange look, Nangong-ro quickly ran to Nangongja's side and helped Nangongja into the room. It's nothing. I just ate something I never thought I would eat. At this moment, Nangongja's eyes seemed to be swaying all kinds of insects. Who would have thought that the so-called dinner in Mount Mayaboku was 100 insects feast? Chapter 79. After Nangongja returned from Mount Mayaboku, he lay in bed for 2 days before he recovered. During the meal, He heard that Jiraiya had been practicing senjutsu in Mount Myaboku during this time. Nangongja couldn't help but think maliciously that Jiraiya deserved to be oppressed. Suffering this kind of punishment was really the best punishment. During this period, Nangongro also asked several times. Nangongja went to Mount Myaboku, and when he came back, he became so weak, which really made Nangongro very puzzled. But think about it, Nangongja had the nerve to tell Nangongro that he went to Mount Myaboku. He was neither harmed by Jiraiya. He was not embarrassed by the group of powerful toads in Mount Myaboku. Instead, he was defeated by a meal. On this day, Nangongro got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast for such a big family. Whether it was Nangongja or Mashiro, they didn't know how to cook. As for little Linger, Nangongro felt that she was not so incompetent that she needed a child to help her cook. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and wore a set of loose pajamas. Just like that, Nangongro walked barefoot to the kitchen. After all, this house was built by Woodleaf Village to compensate Nangong's family for the loss, and the design was very novel. Even the kitchen was an open style popular in Woodleaf in recent years. Sitting in the living room, she could also see the situation in the kitchen. Just when Nangongro was about to wash her face with the water in the kitchen, she began to prepare to cook. A sound of knife cutting echoed in Nangongro's ears. Clang, clang, clang. Obviously, it was the sound of cutting vegetables. The sound of the kitchen knife and the kitchen board was endless. It was as if they were playing a cheerful concert. Looking at the hazy familiar figure in front of her, Nangongro quickly rubbed her eyes, trying to take a closer look at the person in front of her. Brother? Nangongro probed. Her disbelief was self-evident. Ah, Ruru, you're awake? Nangongja stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at his sister, who was standing behind him in a daze. Nangongja's slightly long hair was wrapped in a headscarf. Under the cover of a ray of sunlight outside the window, Nangongja no longer had the indifferent feeling of estrangement that he always had. On the contrary, it made people feel very comfortable. At this moment, Nangongja was no longer the king of hell who dominated the battlefield. Instead, he was more like the ignorant person who struggled to survive in the small town with Nangongro. No, I'm not awake yet. I'll go back and sleep first, then we'll talk about other things. Although Nangongro kept denying what she saw, the slight smile on her face betrayed Nangongro's mood. Alright, stop playing tricks with me. Looking at Nangongro's expression, Nangongja felt very amused. He stretched out his slightly wet finger and knocked Nangongro's head. I haven't cooked with you for a long time. Do you have to be so surprised? Come on. Although I'm good at cutting vegetables, you're still the one who's cooking, right? If I cook, little Linger will definitely throw a tantrum again. Little Linger didn't have any bad habits. Most of the time, she was very cute. But when it came to food, she had a strict requirement. As long as the situation permitted, she would never compromise as long as she could eat better food. Originally, Nangongja and Mashiro could rely on their ordinary cooking skills to barely feed little Linger's picky stomach along the way. But ever since little Linger arrived at Woodleaf and tasted Nangongro's cooking, she was no longer willing to eat Nangongja or Mashiro's cooking. Nangongro seemed to be enjoying it, and she took on the task of cooking. Nangongro stretched out her hand and wiped away the slight traces of water left by Nangongja. Brother is so childish. You only know how to act spoiled with me like this. Humph. When Nangongro said this, she raised her head proudly. Nangongja looked at his sister's appearance, and for a moment, he felt a little speechless. He really wanted to find a mirror and put it in front of his sister, to let her see who was the one acting spoiled now. Yes. His brother acting spoiled with my Ruru, okay? Then, my Nangong Missy, would you be willing to cook with your spoiled brother? But how could Nangongja speak according to his mood? He could only closely follow Nangongro's words and put Nangongro on a pedestal. Oh! Nangongro pouted at this moment and looked at Nangongja, who was slapping his face in front of her. But soon she put away this expression. Well, although I feel like you seem to be thinking of something very rude, but since you've already begged me, then I'll reluctantly make breakfast with you. Hearing Nangongro's words, Nangong's face smiled even more. Sure enough, no matter what his sister was hiding from him, the feelings of living together, as well as the trust between them, would never change. Some things, if it wasn't the right time to know, then forcing it would only hurt others and hurt oneself. Nangongja believed that when his sister thought it over, she would naturally tell him what was going on. The two of them chatted and laughed as they made breakfast together. It looked so harmonious and sweet. During this time, Mashiro and Little Linger woke up one by one and washed up. Sitting in the living room, Little Linger looked at Nangongja and Nangong Ro with envy. The relationship between brother and Nangong Nesan is really good. Little Linger seems to want to be like them. Mashiro heard Little Linger's words and agreed with her. After all, the two of them did have a good relationship. There was a faint trace of worry in her heart, but Mashiro didn't say it out loud. After all, it wasn't to the point of being out of control. This was almost the most peaceful day since Nangongja returned to Woodleaf. Whether it was fighting with Nine Tails or being seriously injured and in a coma, whether it was cultivating the internal force to attract natural energy, or being forced to follow Jiraiya to the dangerous Mount Myaboku. Indeed, Nangongja had to deal with one thing after another. He was completely exhausted. With such a good opportunity, he could relax. The tense nerves in his mind were slightly relaxed. It was really great. The sun outside the window seemed to take care of Nangongja's good mood, slowly sprinkling the Woodleaf land. Chapter 80. In this way, every day, Nangongja and Nangong Ro were responsible for the food of their family. Although it was just some trivial things, Nangongja felt that his whole heart was slowly clearing up. Over the years, Nangongja has almost never rested. He has been trying his best to play the role of a ninja. Every time he went out to perform a task, he didn't care about killing people. It seems that killing people has become a normal part of his life. Every person who was killed by Nangongja slowly turned into a wisp of evil, lingering in Nangongja's heart. Nangongja even thought that his life was almost like this, constantly killing people, constantly in order to keep Nangong Ro away from all the cruel killings. But Nangongja didn't think that there was anything wrong with this, because Nangong Ro was worth everything he had to protect. Such a family member must not be exposed to the blood and killing of the ninja world. Isn't that right? Boy, it seems that you have rested enough. It's time for us to talk about business. After Nangongja fell into a deep sleep, he discovered that his consciousness had once again entered the pure white spiritual space that belonged to him, where he first met Liang. I have been wondering, you clearly said that you would talk to me about something after leaving Mount Myaboku, but you didn't wake up. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Nangongja looked at the burly figure standing in front of him, sitting cross-legged in front of Liang without caring about his image, although he said that he was blaming Liang for not contacting him for so long. But the trace of helplessness in his eyes was obvious. Such a stable and peaceful life, no one is willing to give it up. Nangong boy, do you still remember our original agreement? Liang suddenly said. Original? At that time, Nangongja was still a young boy, but maybe he was lucky? On Lion Cry Mountain, Nangongja was guided by Liang's remnant soul when he was on the brink of death and formed a familiar contract with Liang. Their lives were connected to each other, and that was how Nangongja managed to survive. You mean, I will help you find your clan? Nangongja carefully thought about it and said tentatively, how many years has it been? Nangongja participated in the Sand War, Rock War, and Mist War. There were some missions buried in the depths of the ninja world. Nangongja can be said to have traveled everywhere. However, Liang didn't find any traces of her race. Nangongja and Liang thought that the lion race was like the countless other races in the long river of history. They had been drowned by the passage of time. But at this moment, Liang suddenly mentioned such a thing. After Nangongja left, Liang and Toadsage talked for a long time. Liang must have found clues about his clan from the great immortal Toad, right? So that's how it is if I didn't guess wrong. Did Toadsage tell you the whereabouts of your clan? Nangongja and Liang's lives are connected, so there is a lot of estrangement between them. Nangongja voiced out his conjecture. Sure enough. Nangong boy, your brain works fast. Liang heard Nangongja's guess and sighed. Nangongja was no longer the naive but pretended to be smart kid that he had met before. It's good that he started to infer other things from one example. Didn't it prove that all the sacrifices he had made in this short period of time were worth it? Although that old toad's dream technique has various flaws, some things are still worth looking at. My lion clan's information was indeed obtained from that old toad. But to be honest, I really went a bit overboard back then. As a result, the 3 spiritual beast clans, the toad, the snake, and the slug don't have a particularly friendly relationship with me and even the lion clan. So, let's be honest. I don't really trust what the old toad told me. Although I didn't contact you these days, but I didn't fall into a deep sleep without doing anything. I've been relying on a secret technique to communicate with the spatial coordinates that the old toad gave me. As Liang spoke, she moved aside slightly, revealing a large array behind her. So, is it really okay for you to draw in my spiritual space like this? Nangongja seemed to want to ease the serious atmosphere, so he changed the topic slightly. As for Liang, after so many years, what kind of conduct Nangongja had? Was there a need to think about it? With a wave of his hand, the cloak on his body also rose up high. A black and purple energy storm formed behind Liang. The formation that covered the ground was instantly cleaned up. This is just a deduction, it doesn't have much of an effect. Although I can't be completely sure that this formation leads to the habitat of my lion clan, there are traces of evidence. However, there are many traces that can prove that these coordinates are related to my lion clan. Even if there's only a sliver of certainty, I still hope that I can save my clan. The mistake back then was always my fault. What does it have to do with my clan? As Liang spoke, she actually became a little agitated. Obviously, there were still some things that Liang didn't confess to Nangongja, the so-called sinner who offended the 3 major clans. These things could be explained in detail for half a night, couldn't they? However, Nangongja didn't mind. Everyone would always bury some things deep in their hearts, right? People who didn't hold anything back never existed. Perhaps this was the biggest reason why humans could evolve step by step and become the spirit of all things, ruling over the human world. It was a kind of self-preservation instinct. It was like the root of all evil. Nangongja clapped his hands and stood up, supporting himself on the ground. His hands weren't idle either, patting the non-existent dust off his body. He looked at Liang, who was squatting on the ground in frustration. He picked up his pace and walked over to Liang's side. Although Liang was much more muscular than him, Nangongja still reached out and placed his hand on Liang's shoulder. Liang, do you still remember the words you said at Mount Mayaboku? Although it was also because you wanted to intimidate the Great Toad Immortal, I also believe that was your life's principle. Survive, crazy demon. Since you and I have already signed a familiar contract, our lives are intertwined. Why do you need to think so much about it? Although these days have been peaceful and comfortable, I'm still a warrior. But in the end, I am a martial artist, born to fight. I've lived too many days like this. I'm not like myself anymore. It doesn't matter if it's for you or for me. I will definitely accompany you on this journey. You want to find your clansmen. I already understand. You and I are one. Aren't your clansmen also my clansmen? This journey may be somewhat difficult and dangerous. But so what? We'll go together. Chapter 81. Boy! Hearing Nangongja's words, Liang fell into a deep melancholy for a while. Although you and I have known each other for only a short time in my long life, you still understand me. However, you still understood me and understood what I wanted. I thought that after the person who fought side by side with me died, no one can be like me anymore. But, very good, very good. I'm not alone anymore. As Liang spoke, tears began to form in her eyes. Her pair of tiger eyes have faded away from the usual majesty and domineering aura. Instead, They were filled with helplessness and relief. Nangongzhi slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said with a little bit of ridicule, "A dignified man like you actually made a little girl's attitude. Liang, you really made me look down on you. It's just going to a secret realm outside this world. What's there to be afraid of?" Although Nangongzhi said it simply, the danger is self-evident. Since Liang has just begun to deduce the space array, it can be said that the place where the Lion Clan lives should be like Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and the Earth Dragon Cave. It's independent of the ninja world, but it's attached to the ninja world. Because now Liang just listened to a few words of the great sage and speculated about the Lion Clan's habitat. If the great immortal toad had some ulterior motives, he would modify the formation slightly. Then, if the person who entered the formation was lucky, they would be exiled into a crack in space. If the person was unlucky, there was a high possibility that they would be sucked into a spatial storm. Not to mention the bones, even the soul will be torn apart in an instant. This can be said to be a very risky business. Everyone says that they can sacrifice themselves, but since ancient times, the easiest thing is death, and the most difficult thing is death. People will die for some seemingly small reasons. So, death is easy. However, when a person knew that his actions would most likely lead him to his death, and that there was another way to survive, it would be extremely difficult for him to do so. How many people are willing to die? So, death is the most difficult thing. Boy, you can rest assured. I will try my best to deduce this array and try to find the loopholes and unstable factors in it, so that this operation can be carried out smoothly. But you also have to be prepared. Although spatial rifts and spatial storms were traps that could destroy a person's body and soul, they were still very powerful. But there is also the power of nature. If you can rely on your own strength to summon a stronger force of nature, then you will be able to save my own life. Liang said these words to Nangongzhi very seriously, then turned around and waved his hand. The array that had just dissipated instantly reappeared, and a pair of eyes stared closely at some of the minute details of the array. No longer talked to Nangongzhi. Nangongzhi also understood Li's mood, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he quietly left the spiritual space and left this place to Liang so that he could deduce in peace. But then he thought of his younger sister, Mashiro and Ling-er. Nangongzhi suddenly felt a headache coming on. How long had it been peaceful? He had to leave the wood leaf again. He might even encounter a lot of danger. Nangongzhi didn't know how to explain it to Nangongro. He opened the door to the courtyard, and the white moonlight shone into Nangongzhi's room. The burst of natural energy last time had caused the spring in the courtyard to continue. Therefore, the cherry blossom tree in the middle of the courtyard was still blooming with cherry blossoms. The faint smell of cherry blossoms slowly drifted into Nangongzhi's nose. Phew! Nangongzhi let out a long breath. He picked up the black sword beside him, wore a loose bathrobe and stepped into the courtyard. Whenever his mood was fluctuating, and there was no one to talk to, Nangongzhi would often practice his sword to sort out his chaotic mind. Nangongzhi didn't use his internal strength, but because of his physical strength and the speed of his sword, waves of wind were produced involuntarily. The cherry blossoms broke away from their receptacles, and the petals scattered. One petal after another drifted in the air. The heavens seemed to have sensed Nangongzhi's mood. Pieces of slightly cold snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The cherry blossom petals and the snowflakes intertwined in the air, dancing together. The cherry blossom color and the pure white of the snowflakes harmonized together. Such a scene that defied the laws of nature actually happened in the courtyard of the Nangong residence without a sound. Nangongzhi tried his best to empty his mind. He could only practice his sword. Sometimes he waved it, sometimes he stabbed it. Sometimes he cut it, sometimes he cut it. They were all very simple moves. However, simple did not mean powerless. Any Chunin would be killed in an instant in front of such swordsmanship. After an unknown period of time, the moon, which was originally in the middle of the sky, slowly approached the horizon. The sun seemed to be climbing up from the eastern horizon. The sun and the moon seemed to exist in the sky at the same time, resonating with each other. The sun and the moon were shining together at this moment. Nangongzhi also stopped waving his sword. He raised his hand and tossed the black sword into the air. The black sword was firmly inserted into the scabbard beside him. Ruru, come out. After so many years, I didn't notice you peeping at me. Nangongzhi looked at the corner of the room, knowing that his sister was hiding there. You know that you can find me every time. Can't you let me think that you can't find me? Nangongro, who was also wearing pajamas, walked out from the corner of the room. She muttered something in her mouth. Ruru, Nangongzhi did not answer Nangongro. He just reached for the black sword beside him and stepped into the corridor of the room. However, just as Nangongzhi was about to say something, Nangongro reached out a finger and pressed Nangongzhi's mouth. Nangongro shook her head and blinked her big eyes. She looked at her brother standing in front of her with a bit of heartache and pity. After so many years, brother, you have sacrificed a lot for me to live a good life. Although I don't know everything, I know at least 70 to 80% of it. These days, brother, although you have been happily accompanying me, Sister Mashiro, and little Linger to live a normal life, but I know that, brother, you don't belong here. You still yearn for a life full of possibilities, a life full of passion. So go. This home will always be here, waiting for you. When you are tired, you can come here and have a good rest. After Nangongro finished speaking, she pulled Nangongzhi and walked into the room. Snowed last night, and it seems a lot colder outside. Let's go make breakfast for Sister Mashiro and little Linger, shall we? After hearing his sister's words, Nangongzhi could only nod and smile. Okay, let's go make breakfast. Chapter 82. Nangongzhi was sitting quietly in his room. His surroundings were silent, and only the faint sound of Nangongzhi's breathing could be heard from time to time. The black sword was quietly placed in front of Nangongzhi, emitting its own light. It was obvious that Nangongzhi had been polishing this sword recently. Kacha. The door to Nangongzhi's room was opened. A burly figure could only be vaguely seen under the sunlight outside the door. Kid, the formation is ready. It's time for us to leave. The voice was mighty and deep. That's right, it was Nangongzhi's familiar, Liang in human form. After Nangongzhi practiced his sword that night, Nangongzhi clearly explained to Nangongro what he was going to do. Nangongzhi thought that his sister would definitely stop him from doing such a dangerous thing. However, to Nangongzhi's surprise, Nangongro did not say anything. She just turned around and left. For the past few days, even when Nangongzhi summoned Liang to carve a formation in their courtyard, Nangongro did not say anything. She just watched quietly, which made Nangongzhi slightly worried. Humans, what a strange creature. You don't want your loved ones to stop you from doing dangerous things, but when your loved ones don't stop you, you start to worry about your gains and losses. This subtle state of mind reverberated in Nangongzhi's mind for a long time. Okay. Nangongzhi picked up the black sword in front of him and followed Liang into the courtyard. His sister, Mashiro, and little Linger all stood at the edge of the formation, watching Nangongzhi and Liang walk over. Brother? Nangongro looked at her brother, as if she wanted to say something. However, she swallowed all the words that were about to come out of her mouth. There was only one sentence left. Come back alive. Hearing his sister's request and the eager gazes from Mashiro and little Linger, Nangongzhi felt a chill down his spine. For a moment, Nangongzhi actually had the thought of not following Liang into the secret realm. However, very quickly, Nangongzhi suppressed this feeling deep in his heart. This was the strongest desire that Liang expressed to him since his life was connected to him. He had no reason to stop him, nor should he. Without Yang's help, Nangongzhi would have died to death. To return, I'll come back safely. Don't forget that I can now draw on the power of nature. Some dangers are nothing to me. As Nangongzhi spoke, he nodded at his sister, Mashiro, and little Linger. Looking at his brother's gaze, Nangongzhi didn't know what to say. He could only look at Nangongzhi without saying anything. Liang, protect me. Let's give it a try together, Nan Gongzhi said to Li Yang. Of course, no matter how difficult it is, you and I will go together. This is the rule set by our contract. Before Li Yang's voice fell, his body began to slowly dissipate, turning into a black stream of light that wrapped around Nan Gongzhi's body. The black armor slowly revealed itself. The black armor now seemed to be very different from when Nan Gongzhi first summoned it. The armor that was originally as bright as a mirror was now filled with cracks. Some of the cracks were very small, so it was hard to notice. However, some of the cracks were very large, as wide as a finger. Some of these cracks were distributed in insignificant areas, while others were distributed in fatal areas. Moreover, the more fatal the areas were, the denser the cracks. Nan Gongzhi hadn't summoned this black armor for a long time, but all the cracks on it reminded Nan Gongzhi of every difficult battle he had gone through. Heaven and earth, heed my command. Nan Gongzhi raised his black sword, and a mysterious sword mark left behind a few traces in the air. There seemed to be some fluctuations around Nan Gongzhi. It was originally difficult to detect, but as Nan Gongzhi drew more and more sword marks in the air, the fluctuations became more and more intense. A storm seemed to quietly form around Nan Gongzhi. Whether it was air, light, or other things that could be detected or not, they all began to condense and compress around Nan Gongzhi. Attach, Nan Gongzhi ordered, and the magic circle in front of him began to spin violently. As it spun faster and faster, the magic circle became smaller and smaller. The originally huge magic circle slowly shrunk to the size of a person, and gradually approached Nan Gongzhi's body. Slowly, the magic circle began to merge with Nan Gongzhi's black armor. Originally, Nan Gongzhi's armor had many runes that emitted a faint blue light. When the magic circle completely merged with Nan Gongzhi's black armor, half of the runes on the black armor seemed to have been activated, and they emitted a brilliant light that was as bright as the Milky Way. The cracks on the armor slowly began to repair. The brilliance of the black armor also began to become brighter and brighter. It seemed to have reached a peak. Now, when the energy had accumulated to a certain extent, Nan Gongzhi heard Li Yang's voice in his mind. Nan Gongzhi naturally knew what Li Yang meant. This magic circle condensed a huge amount of Li Yang's power and allowed the Li Yang's power to resonate with the Lion Clan's power. This magic circle was used to locate the Lion Clan's location. The best power to activate the magic circle was undoubtedly the natural energy, which represented the power of the heavens and earth. Nan Gongzhi was controlling the natural energy to support himself, not only to give himself a boost, but also to use himself as a relay point to provide energy for the magic circle. Activate. Find the Lion Clan's key. Nan Gongzhi roared loudly, as if he was venting the excess natural energy in his body. He fiercely stabbed the black sword in his hand into the center of the magic circle. The runes on the magic circle were activated, emitting a green vitality and spontaneously rotating. For a while, the light of the magic circle was pushed to the extreme, and a huge green beam of light went straight into the sky. It lasted for 3 minutes, and the huge force alarmed many Konoha ninjas to come here. But they only saw one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, standing in front of Nan Gongzhi's house. Everyone who came to investigate also tactfully went back. Nan Gongzhi, such a huge amount of natural energy can be used by you. Such talent and power is simply terrifying. I hope you won't become the enemy of Woodleaf in the future. Jiraiya said, but he could only shake his head, because Jiraiya found that he really couldn't do anything about such a thing. When the light beam dissipated, Jiraiya left Nan Gongzhi's house. A person with a bit of loss walked to a ward in Kiba Hospital, which was guarded by many Woodleaf ninjas. Chapter 83. The intense light made Nan Gongzhi dizzy and blurry for a while. When Nan Gongzhi could see the scene in front of him again, Nan Gongzhi found himself in a world that had transcended his own reality. It was a world that was completely different from Lu Li's. How to say it? It was like the points, lines, surfaces, and bodies of the world he had been living in. And all kinds of colors were no longer familiar to him. Looking around, Nan Gongzhi realized that it was different from the pure whiteness of his spiritual space. Instead, it seemed that all kinds of colors began to mix together. If he looked carefully in one direction, he would find that all the colors that he knew, or even those that he didn't know, were emerging from time to time. And around his body, there were also strands of transparent energy ribbons, fluttering and dancing. "Li Yang, is this outside the space?" Nan Gongzhi murmured, as if he was talking to Li Yang, who was attached to his body and turned into a black armor. But it also seemed like he was talking to himself. "No. To be precise, where we are now is in the gap between our shinobi world and other small worlds attached to it. It's like a thin film of a big soap bubble combined with a small soap bubble. If we really reach the outside of the space, then our body, our soul, and everything that can represent our existence will be shattered in less than an instant." Li Yang said very indifferently, as if she had been in such a gap in space more than once. "Since you have been studying the formation for so long, how are we going to find the small world where the Lion Clan lives?" Nan Gongzhi didn't want to continue to discuss these topics about space with Li Yang, because with Nan Gongzhi's current level of knowledge, isn't it a bit too advanced? Things are always like this. The operation is very simple, but the real understanding is very difficult. It's like you have a computer, you also know the functions of the graphics card, memory, kernel, and many other things. But if you really want to describe their detailed structure, I believe that very few people can explain it clearly. However, computers are still man-made. There are always people who understand it. As for such a high-end topic like space, believe me, as long as you can discover even the slightest of secrets, it will be enough to benefit you and even the entire world for the rest of your life. "Do you see the belt of light around your body?" Li Yang said. "These ribbons of light are actually a combination of the formation's power and natural energy. He is like a safety rope that keeps you in contact with the shinobi world without breaking away from it. They protect you from the pull of space, allowing you to stabilize your existence in the crevice of space." As Li Yang spoke, a dark purple energy belt appeared in front of Nan Gongzhi. "The energy ribbon in front of you right now was made by me with my own strength. Catch it. It will take us to where we want to go." When Nan Gongzhi heard Li Yang's words, he opened his right hand and grabbed the purple ribbon. Nan Gongzhi felt an inexplicable attraction force acting on his body. As if he was swimming, Nan Gongzhi wandered in the strange sea of space crevice. However, the transparent energy ribbon around his body was constantly dissipating, and green or blue particles began to slowly drift away. Behind Nan Gongzhi, a long tail was left. "Hurry up. The protection of the energy ribbon is not permanent. If we can't enter a stable space before the energy is exhausted, we will be dragged out of the space. As for the consequences, I believe that I have made it very clear, haven't I? Concentrate, it will make you move faster." Li Yang also reminded Nan Gongzhi in his ear how urgent and precious time was. "I know. I will find the location of the Lion Clan space as soon as possible." After Nan Gongzhi responded to this sentence, the two didn't talk anymore, because Li Yang also had to concentrate to find the traces of her clan. Just like that, the beautiful scenery became meaningless in the eyes of the two. They just buried their heads and did what they were supposed to do. The search continued. The light ribbons were still dissipating. In addition, the light ribbons were getting thinner and thinner. There were originally 40 to 50 ribbons tightly wrapped around Nan Gongzhi, but now there were only 6 left. As for the Lion Clan's small space, there was still no trace of it. "Kid." After a long period of silence, Li Yang finally spoke. Her tone was full of disappointment and self-blame. "It seems that today is not a good day." When Nan Gongzhi heard Li Yang's words, his whole body trembled. "No, we have to continue searching." Nan Gongzhi shook his head and said firmly and persistently, "Look at the light ribbons around you. We don't have much time. No matter how strong I am, I have lost my body and can't use my full strength. Moreover, in such a situation, even if I was at my peak, there is nothing I can do." Li Yang's words were very sincere, because Li Yang compared her understanding of the space with the current situation and couldn't find a way to break the situation. Nan Gongzhi didn't continue to hold the purple ribbons in his hand. which had become at least 3 times thinner than before. The light particles emitted from his body didn't know the anxiety in their hearts, and they were still emitting light. The light particles passed through Nangong's coat, face, and left Nangong's hair, floating to the corner of the space. Liang, at that time I was just a kid who didn't know anything. You're just a brat with a bit of cleverness. You're the one who taught me what courage is. You're the one who allowed me to bravely face my responsibilities and the dangers that I'll face in the future. Without you, there is no me. We will survive, although I don't know where this confidence comes from. I believe that we will definitely find the habitat of the Lion Clan and can safely return to the ninja world. What we need to do now is not to give up. We are halfway through our journey. Keep going. Continue. Continue. In the gap of space, sound can't be transmitted. But at this moment, Nangong's shout seems to have exceeded this limit, and the whole space seems to be trembling slightly under the roar of Nangongja. Outside of the attention of Nangongja and Liang, the black sword on Nangong's back was emitting a burst of white brilliance at this moment. The brilliance also expanded in an instant until Nangong's whole body was wrapped in it. Chapter 84. At this moment, Nangongja was in a daze, as if he was hit in the head by a heavy hammer, and his consciousness was blurred. His eyes looked as if they were glued together. Even with all his strength, he only managed to open a small crack. He could only vaguely see the darkness in front of him, and a faint blood-red shadow. Feeling his body, he found that he could no longer feel the weight of the black armor. Riang! Nangongja tried to summon his familiar, the black lion Liang, whose life was linked to his. But there was no response at all. Ugh! Nangongja used all the strength in his body and used his arms to turn himself from a collapsed state to a cross-legged state. Circulating the internal energy in his body, which was almost exhausted, he tried to restore a little vitality to his body. But the operation of his internal energy became extremely obscure, like a car stuck in a quagmire. He could only struggle slightly to move forward. It seems that this place is still outside the shinobi world. I can no longer feel the familiar natural energy that I can use. Nangongja circulated the internal energy in his body several times, relieving his tired spirit and also allowing his body to move. Then he opened his eyes and began to check his condition. At this moment, the black armor that was originally attached to his body had disappeared without a trace. The lion seal that was attached to Riang's body was also covered with a layer of dim luster. As for the black sword that accompanied him for a long time, at this moment, it was inserted diagonally 2 feet in front of him. No matter what, I have to hold the black sword in my hand. Although my internal energy can't do much, I can still use it to increase my self-defense ability. Although in such a predicament, Nangongja didn't panic. Instead, he began to think about how to protect himself. Nangongja supported himself with his hands on the ground and began to move himself little by little to the place where the black sword was. Obviously, the distance was only 2 feet, but Nangongja walked for a full 5 minutes to reach the black sword. Old friend, it looks like I'll have to rely on you to get through this dangerous situation. Looking at the black sword in front of him, Nangongja could not help but shake his head as he muttered to himself with complicated emotions. As for the black sword, it was still stuck in the ground, waiting for its owner to pick it up again. Nangongja reached out his right hand and grasped the slightly rough hilt of the black sword. But at this moment, the black sword erupted with an intense brilliance, and the surrounding darkness seemed to be expelled by the brilliance of the black sword. However, what Nangongja did not expect was that the darkness around him was not the only thing that was expelled, but also him, the owner of the black sword. The powerful shockwave violently pushed Nangongja away. His already weak body landed heavily on the ground. A thin trace of blood appeared at the corner of Nangongja's mouth. This? Nangongja did not wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He only stared blankly at the black sword that had accompanied him on the battlefield day and night. Thief, are you the one who touched my calamity sword? A voice broke Nangong's dazed state. Nangongja focused his gaze and saw a handsome young man wearing a blood-red robe standing next to the black sword that had sent him flying. The calamity sword you're talking about is this black sword? Nangongja probed. Black sword? When the man in blood-red heard Nangong's description of the black sword, he suddenly laughed out loud. This sword was forged from a strange stone that I took from the Shickle forest. Its hilt, its sword guard, and its blade were all polished by me bit by bit. After I forged it, the heavens and earth seemed unable to tolerate it. Calamity lightning struck down and caused cracks to appear on its originally smooth body. The man in blood-red seemed to recall the past. He pulled out the black sword and placed it horizontally in front of him. He used his fingers to gently touch the cracks on the black sword with a trace of regret and joy. But I never thought that the calamity lightning would bestow this sword with a true soul. From then on, it became a spiritual sword that could communicate with the heavens and earth. It was the calamity lightning that forged it. It was the calamity lightning that created it. So I named it the calamity sword. A cool breeze blew over and lifted a few strands of hair in front of the man's face, revealing a pair of sword-like eyes. Cold stars seemed to surge in the depths of the man's eyes. Every glance was as sharp as a sword that was brandished. How can you touch such a sword? How can you look down on it? The man in blood-red flicked his wrist. The black sword, or rather the calamity sword, carried a sharp sword aura as it pointed directly at Nangong's throat. He is your sword, but he is also my sword. Nangongja looked at the man in front of him. He had a few guesses about his identity. However, Nangongja did not back down. His words were firm. The man let out a low groan. An enormous murderous aura and blood aura surged from his body. The blood-red robe made clanking noises as if it was a suit of armor, reflecting a metallic luster. The blood aura and murderous aura slowly condensed into a picture behind the man. It was a sea of blood and corpses. Some people were struggling, some were screaming, and some were crying. However, standing beside these people were sinister and demonic figures. Azura, Blood Sea. Nangongja did not know why, but he actually said the name of the picture. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable. This is the condensation of my murderous aura and blood aura. It is the Azura Blood Sea picture that can help me suppress living beings and kill my enemies. Since you know it, I might as well let you have a taste of it. The man in the blood-red robe was slightly surprised when he heard that Nangongja knew the picture. However, his gaze immediately returned to its original cold and fierce state. He waved the calamity sword. The Azura Blood Sea picture behind him seemed to have heard some instructions and suppressed Nangongja's body. From afar, Nangongja looked like one of the living beings trapped in the Azura Blood Sea picture. He was drowned in the sea of blood and was tortured by the Azura. Cough, cough. The thick blood aura seemed to have condensed and became extremely dense. After Nangongja breathed in some of it into his lungs, he began to cough heavily. His heart also seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force. Felt like it was being pricked by a needle. Waves of pain came from it. Everyone is born with sin. The Azura Blood Sea picture will calculate a person's various sins one by one. Then, it will use the sin as a power to suppress the person suppressed within. As long as you have this sin, you will always be suppressed in the sea of blood. You will never be able to escape. The man in the blood-red robe's cold eyes seemed to carry some pity as he looked at Nangongja, who was trapped in the Azura Blood Sea picture. He took out a gourd from his back and poured a scarlet liquid into his mouth. Chapter 85. As the blood energy surged into Nangongja's body, Nangongja's consciousness began to blur. His entire body became extremely sleepy. Just a little bit more and Nangongja would fall into a deep sleep. But just as Nangongja was about to lose consciousness, a hand grabbed onto Nangongja's ankle. In an instant, Nangongja's sleepy consciousness became clear. He was surrounded by a blood-red ocean. That's right, it was an ocean. Half of his body was submerged in this blood-red, viscous ocean. Nangongja forcefully kicked his leg upwards, flinging away the person who was grabbing onto his ankle. The person in front of Nangongja could no longer be considered a person. Half of his head had been cut off diagonally. The yellow and white matter inside scattered into the air with the force of Nangongja's kick. His fleshless mouth opened, emitting a hoarse voice. Nangongja, Yama, do you remember me? That's right, you wouldn't remember a small pawn like me. I'm just someone who had half his head chopped off by you. I used to be a coward, but now, there are countless people like me coming to find you. It wasn't hard to tell from the words of the withered corpse that this person was one of the people he had killed. Nangongja indeed had no recollection of such a person. Come out, my companions! The withered corpse stretched out his arms, and a huge blood-red wave appeared behind him. Within the blood-red wave were many withered corpses that had either been stabbed in the heart or had lost an arm or a leg. They bared their teeth and pounced on Nangongja. Some grabbed onto Nangongja's arm, while others grabbed onto Nangongja's leg. Anything that could be grabbed was grabbed by these withered corpses. Some of the withered corpses even opened their tattered mouths and bit Nangongja. It was just a bite, but Nangongja felt a heart-wrenching pain. If he had to describe it, it was as if a piece of his soul had been bitten off. So that's how it is. It's not that I haven't fallen into a deep sleep, but that I've already fallen into a deep sleep. Did the blood energy of the Azura Blood Sea diagram invade my body and pull my soul into this space? Nangongja already had some vague guesses. He also understood some of the uses of the Azura Blood Sea chart. You're right, this Azura Blood Sea is real. It's a power that can be sublimated into a type of blood energy and killing intent that can be used on the soul. Enjoy it. The image of the blood-red clothed young man appeared above Nangongja's head. It was pitch black, and there were faint surges of lightning in the sky. Nangongja endured the pain of his soul being torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the image of the blood-red clothed young man. Are you helpless? Are you in pain? Looking at Nangongja's appearance, the blood-red clothed young man actually laughed out loud. The helplessness and pain you're feeling right now isn't caused by me. It's because of what you've done. When Nangongja heard the words of the blood-red clothed young man, there was a slight struggle in his eyes. He seemed to want to say something to refute the young man's point of view. However, the immense pain made Nangongja unable to open his mouth. Nangongja, think about it carefully. Since you joined the Wood Leaf, how many people have died under your sword? It's undeniable that many of them deserve to die. However, do all of them deserve to die? The blood-red clothed young man's huge figure in the pitch-black sky suddenly became small. He landed on the huge blood-red wave in front of Nangongja. The blood-red clothed young man rolled up his sleeves and reached out his hand to pull out a small figure from the blood-red wave. I didn't expect this. You didn't even let go of such a small baby? When the blood-red clothed young man showed the thing in his hand, Nangongja finally saw it clearly. It was a baby who was at most 2 months old. There was a long bloodstain on the baby's neck. The baby's death was probably caused by its throat being cut. Huff! Huff! Because its throat was cut, the baby could not cry normally. It could only make an ear-piercing noise like a rag being blown by a strong wind. Nangongja recognized the baby. It was a child from the mountain village that he had wiped out. It was also the only baby that he remembered that he had killed. When the blood-red clothed young man lifted the baby also saw Nangongja. The baby's eyes, which were closed, were now wide open. Its eyes looked extremely terrifying. The white of its eyes had turned black. Even its irises were pitch black. Streaks of blood-red streaks were distributed in the baby's eyes like a spider web. Huff! Huff! The baby struggled as if it wanted to crawl to Nangongja's side. Its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp canine teeth that did not belong to a human at all. It seems like you've recognized the person who killed you. The blood-red clothed young man seemed to have finally noticed the baby's desperation. He reached out his hand to touch the baby's head that was only covered with a thin layer of black hair. He then threw the baby to Nangongja's side. Go! Let him have a good taste of your own anger. The baby was thrown quite a distance away from Nan Gongxia. Therefore, the baby could only use its tender hands and feet to crawl over the pile of dried and decayed corpses. The baby was stained with the blood of countless dried corpses. It left a long trail of blood wherever it went. Finally, the baby crawled to Nan Gongxia's head that was not covered by the dried corpses. The baby used its small hand to grab Nan Gongxia's hair that was originally floating in the air, but was now covered in blood. At this moment, the baby's small hand exploded with great strength. It grabbed a few strands of Nan Gongxia's hair and even his scalp that was still stained with blood. Huff! Huff! The baby seemed to have discovered something interesting as it made a huff sound from its mouth. Then, it opened its mouth with sharp canine teeth and bit Nan Gongxia's head. Blood flowed out of the baby's mouth and turned into streaks of blood that streaked across Nan Gongxia's face. Nan Gongxia's face that was already distorted from the pain became even more ferocious. Deep down in your heart, you've always thought that you're not a person who only knows how to kill. However, you've long become a killing machine. The blood-red clothed young man's body flashed, and he squatted in front of Nan Gongxia. His pair of dark eyes stared at Nan Gongxia as if he could see through Nan Gongxia's heart. Now, look at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood that you've killed. Can you still shamelessly say that you're still a person? The blood-red clothed young man's lips curled into a charming yet cruel smile. Chapter 86. In a secluded cave, Liang, who was wearing a black cloak, stared at Nan Gongxia, who was sitting in front of him, as well as the black sword that was stabbed into a huge rock that was engraved with complicated formations. Liang's eyes were slightly bloodshot and he could not hide his tiredness. This proved that Liang had been staring at Nan Gongxia for quite some time. I didn't expect that the genius of the younger generation to be like me. Although his physical body was destroyed, he did not truly die. Instead, he was attached to this black sword. Liang looked at Nan Gongxia. He was both happy and worried. Nan Gongxia is quite brave. I can't believe he accepted such a dangerous trial. However, if he can pass it, his state of mind will improve greatly. If anything goes wrong, both Nan Gongxia and I will die. Liang shook his head. He did not know how to help Nan Gongxia. In the current situation, Nan Gongxia was the only one who could save himself. However, Liang could feel that Nan Gongxia's soul had become extremely unstable recently. It was on the verge of collapsing. It seemed like he was only a hair away from dying completely. Liang could not be at ease letting Nan Gongxia stay here alone. Hence, he could only stare at Nan Gongxia for a bit of peace of mind. Not bad, little thief. It's been 7 days and you haven't fainted even once. You're quite tough. The man in the blood-red shirt looked at Nan Gongxia below him. Although he was praising him, his tone was extremely unfriendly. So what? As long as you're still trapped in the Azura Blood Sea diagram, you can't escape. The man's sword-like eyes emitted a mesmerizing glow. He stared at Nan Gongxia's eyes that were filled with resentment and fatigue. The man in the blood-red shirt raised his right foot and stepped on Liang's head. With a push, he stepped on Nan Gongxia's head, which was not drowned by the sea of corpses, into the sea of corpses. Roar! 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 The surrounding withered corpses seemed to be extremely excited to have completely devoured Nan Gongxia. They let out a battle-like roar. The crimson-robed man turned around and his figure blurred before he disappeared. However, there was still a faintly discernible sentence left behind. I hope this junior can transcend as soon as possible. These were the most difficult 7 days of Nan Gongxia's life. During these 7 days, Nan Gongxia felt the pain of his soul being torn apart. Every day, every moment, every time, there would be a familiar but unfamiliar corpse attached to Nan Gongxia's body. It would use its sharp claws to tear his body apart and use its sharp teeth to gnaw at his flesh. But after the flesh was eaten, it would regrow in an instant. Every moment, fresh and intense pain assaulted Nan Gongxia. Nan Gongxia had already thought about giving up. It was fine to completely sink into the Azura Blood Sea diagram. At least he wouldn't have to experience such pain. But every time he was on the verge of sinking, Nangongzhi would subconsciously wake up. It was as if his body had accumulated some strange power that would always wake him up when he was about to lose consciousness. Nangongzhi endured like this for 7 days. Who are you? Why won't you let me sink completely? I'm in so much pain. It's really painful. I don't want to be like this anymore. I killed all these people. Those babies, those men, those women. Although I don't recognize all of their faces, there are still some familiar figures among them. They came to take my life. I admit it. I'm willing to return it to them. Why do you still want me to stay awake? Nangongzhi roared. Nangongzhi roared. At this moment, Nangongzhi was like a severely injured beast. He could only vent his emotions in this way. Onii-san, so you were called Yama? Only I, Yama, can decide life and death. It's very impressive. Suddenly, such a sentence appeared in Nangongzhi's mind. The person who spoke had a clear voice, like the sound of banging ornaments. It was fresh and pleasant. Most importantly, Nangongzhi felt that it was very familiar. Nangongzhi only knew one person with such a voice. It was his sister, Nangong-ro. Thinking back to the time when the Third Ninja World War finally ended, he also returned to Woodleaf Village for a short rest. That day, Nangongzhi was sitting at home in a daze. Nangongzhi opened the door and walked in. He said to Nangongzhi excitedly, Onii-san, Onii-san. Many people on the battlefield got a very powerful nickname. The ninja we know called Minato Watergate was called Golden Flash. It sounds very powerful. Do you have a powerful nickname, Onii-san? Looking at Nangong-ro's hopeful face, Nangongzhi smiled. It's just that I've killed so many people that people are afraid of me. Many people seem to have started calling me Yama. Yama! Hearing Nangongzhi say this, Nangong-ro murmured again. Onii-san, so you were called Yama? Only I, Yama, can decide life and death. It's very impressive. With that, Nangong-ro's face showed a bright smile. The Third Ninja World War for Nangongzhi was the battle that killed the most people. But for Nangong-ro's family, it was the most dazzling glory. Decide life and death? Only I, Yama. Although Nangongzhi was particularly powerless at the moment, these 2 short sentences were extremely energetic. Every single word was firm and shocking. The corpses that were tightly stacked around him seemed to be frightened at this moment. They all took a small step back. Only I, Yama, can decide life and death. Nangongzhi repeated it again. This time, his words were even more forceful. It seemed that he had recovered to his peak state, no longer tired after 7 days of torture. Behind Nangongzhi, there was also a huge cloud of black fog. Slowly, the black fog began to solidify and turned into a man wearing a red official robe, with a green face and fangs. He held a book of life and death in his arms, and a judge's pen in his hand. You have your endless vengeful spirits and asuras, but I have my own Yama King judgment. No matter who it is, no matter how they die, it will be up to me. Nangongzhi waved his hand, and Yama behind him seemed to understand the meaning of Nangongzhi. Yama's body expanded at least 3 or 4 times in an instant, and his original green face and fangs looked even more ferocious at this moment. Life and death, I will decide. A low voice came from Yama's mouth. For a moment, the entire world of the Bloody Sea became quiet. Originally, it was just a sentence, but at this moment, it resounded throughout the Bloody Sea world. Chapter 87. Nangongzhi's Yama avatar was glaring at him with a ferocious expression. However, his furious eyes revealed an extreme calmness. You killed 162 people in your lifetime, 76 of which were women and children. I hereby sentence you to eternal hell. Looking at one of the souls in the corpse, Yama opened the book of life and death in his arms. After carefully counting the sins of the soul, he drew a line on the book of life and death with the judge's pen in his hand. A medium-sized black hole opened right under the corpse's feet, and waves of wails came out from the black hole. Roar! Roar! The corpse seemed to have lost its ability to speak. Could only roar and struggle. It hoped to escape the black hole's gravitational pull, but it was all in vain. Could only fall. After the withered corpse fell into the black hole, the aura of the king of hell behind Nangongja seemed to have risen slightly. Yama let out a satisfied grunt. After that, Yama's figure became slightly blurry, and countless human-sized avatars of Yama split off from Yama's main body, standing in front of the deceased souls. I hereby sentence you to reincarnation. I hereby sentence you to eternal hell. I hereby sentence you to 10 years in prison. Voices of judgment rang out in the Azura Blood Sea diagram. Every soul was judged based on what they had done in life. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye under Yama's judgment. Finally, when all the souls were sentenced by Yama behind Nangongja, the thick blood and murderous aura became extremely weak. As expected, Lord Liang said you would be able to form your own force through the Azura Blood Sea diagram. Lord Liang's judgment is more accurate. The crimson-robed man who had pushed Nangongja into the sea of blood with a cold expression was now clapping his hands with a smile on his face as he looked at Nangongja, who was standing on the spot and digesting the power of his Yama avatar. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who broke into the Shickle forest and stole their legacy item, right? Nangongja looked at the blood-robed man and said quietly. His eyes were filled with 30% respect and 70% vigilance. It was enough to show that Nangongja was afraid of the man in the blood-red shirt. Oh, I didn't expect you to know something about me. Hearing Nangongja's words, the man in the blood-red shirt was a little surprised, but his eyes were still calm. Everyone said that it was because I was possessed by the devil that I barged into the Shikatsu forest and stole their sacred item. However, how many people know that this so-called inheritance belonging to the slug originally belonged to us, the inheritors of inner strength? After hearing the man's words, Nangongja's mind was in a mess. The inherited holy relic belongs to us? Not bad. The man in the blood-red shirt nodded and proved his words. As everyone knows, inner strength and chakra belong to different cultivation systems. Chakra can't be used with inner strength. So why is this sacred item passed down from the Shickle forest so perfectly used by us, the cultivators of inner strength? Naturally, it's because it originally belonged to us. Back then, when I heard the news, I barged into the Shickle forest and stole it. I forged this Heaven's Calamity sword and left a trace of hope for my inner strength. The man in the blood-red shirt's explanation was very clear. However, Nangongja did not want to believe him completely. Anyone who was possessed by the devil had a strange way of thinking. This person could forcefully resist the chaotic thoughts of the devil, but it did not mean that he was not affected at all. Hee, kid, you're really cautious. Fine. I can understand if you don't believe me completely, the man in the blood-red shirt said with a smile. However, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Although you passed the first trial, I still don't fully agree that you can be the owner of the Heaven's Calamity sword. After hearing what the man in the blood-red shirt said, Nangongja's heart skipped a beat. All of a sudden, he leaped. The man in the blood-red shirt appeared where Nangongja was originally standing. The Heaven's Calamity sword was stabbed into the ground. If Nangongja did not dodge just now, he would have been injured. Here! The man in the blood-red shirt waved his hand and threw a wooden sword in Nangongja's direction. Since you're a swordsman, how can you not use a sword? The wooden sword flew towards Nangongja with a strong gust of wind. Nangongja reached out his right hand and grabbed the wooden sword's hilt. However, the huge force forced Nangongja to turn his body to remove the force from the wooden sword. When Nangongja grasped the wooden sword in his hand firmly, his essence, chi, and spirit became completely different from before. It was as if he had entrusted everything to the sword. The art of sacrificing mind? Not bad. The man in the blood-red shirt saw Nangongja's state and smiled slightly. However, he immediately pounced on Nangongja. One move after another, although there were no subtle changes. Every time he attacked, He attacked the enemy's most vulnerable areas and hurt the enemy's defenseless areas. In just one move, Nangong's body was covered in blood. Is that it? Still a bit lacking. Nangongja looked at the man in the blood-red shirt's mocking eyes. An inexplicable anger appeared in his heart without any warning. Ha! Nangongja shouted and his hands moved. He displayed the fatal 13 swords that Nangongro had taught him one by one. One move after another, the killing intent continued to accumulate. The fatal 13 swords? The man in the blood-red shirt recognized Nangong's sword moves at a glance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Do you know that I created this set of sword moves? The man in the blood-red shirt also changed his sword moves. He had been defending against Nangong's continuous sword moves. Now, he had turned all of his defenses into attacks. They were fighting attacks with attacks. The two men's sword moves were getting more and more open. One could only see faint shadows. Finally, one of them seemed to have been hit and was sent flying. As expected, the one who was sent flying was Nangongja. On Nangongja's right shoulder, blood was flowing out of a bloody hole. Traces of lightning moved up and down on Nangongja's wound, preventing Nangongja's wound from healing. Yes, it was the masterpiece of the Calamity Sword. Your mind is in a mess. Do you think that you can become a real swordsman with a few exquisite sword moves and your physical fitness? You're too naive. The man in the blood-red shirt looked at Nangongja and said. Chapter 88. Nangongja clenched the wooden sword in his hand tightly. Due to the numerous clashes with the disaster sword, the wooden sword was already full of scars, and there were deep cracks in several places. However, Nangongja did not know how to refute the man's words. Whether it was strength, speed, or sword moves, the man in the blood-red robe was almost crushing him. Just now, Nangongja also felt an inexplicable sense of impatience. Since Nangongja started fighting people, his opponents were basically ninjas, or ninjas who were proficient in some sword techniques. It was almost unprecedented for Nangongja to fight with a pure martial artist. This time, Nangongja had always been on the losing side in the battle between the man in crimson clothes. Although he did not feel anything, the subconscious self-esteem hidden in his heart made Nangongja's heart uneasy. Huff! Nangongja exhaled a long breath, and Nangongja's restless heart and impatience seemed to have slowed down a little. Whether it was the Azura blood sea diagram or the spatial crack before, they were all different. In fact, they had already consumed a lot of Nangongja's energy. Under such circumstances, it was normal for Nangongja's mental state to be a little unstable. After Nangongja exhaled, he stabbed the man in the blood-red robe with his sword. This attack was no longer as hurried as it had been at the beginning. The effect was also much better. When the sword was 3 inches away from the man in the blood-red robe's chest, the man in the blood-red robe used the disaster sword to block Nangongja's sword. This sword strike is not bad. Let's continue. Let me see what kind of master my disaster sword has chosen for me. The man in the blood-red robe was not angry because he almost got hit. Instead, he looked very happy and interested. Since you're back to normal, I'll be a little more serious, right? The crimson-robed man's eyes turned cold. His eyes were filled with sharp sword energy. When Nangongja met the man's gaze, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. The Azura blood sea isn't just for suppressing. Learn it well. As the man spoke, the Azura blood sea diagram that had just appeared behind him transformed into a bloody mist. It wrapped around the tribulation sword in his hand. Slash! The man forcefully swung the tribulation sword in his hand, and a crescent-shaped blood-red sword chi attacked Nangongja. From time to time, shrill cries could be heard coming from the blood-red sword energy. One after another, ghosts were moving about on the blood-red crescent-shaped sword. As long as one came into direct contact with this blood blade, it was very likely that one would be devoured by the malicious spirit hidden within before being harmed by the sword chi. Then I have to thank you for teaching me how to use it. The crimson-robed man's actions had inspired Nangongja to a certain extent. Nangong's thoughts followed Nangong's thoughts, and the appearance of Yama that had just formed appeared behind him. Nangong nodded at Yama behind him. Yama seemed to understand Nangong's intention. Ha! Yama, with a green face and fangs, let out a low roar. He turned into a black thunderbolt and wrapped around the broken wooden sword in Nangong's hand. This was originally an ordinary wooden sword. However, at this moment, after Yama's black thunderbolt transformed into Yama, it emitted a shocking aura. Break! Nangong turned around and faced the blood-red sword chi that was following him. It was only 2 to 3 meters away from his roommate. He held the wooden sword slightly and charged it for a short period of time. Nangong used the wooden sword wrapped in black thunderbolts to slash at the blood-red sword chi. The black and red sword chi collided and entangled with each other. In the end, after a loud explosion, there was no trace of them anymore. The crimson-robed man's figure gradually appeared in the smoke of the explosion. The catastrophe sword in his hand was still wrapped in blood-red clouds, but it was obvious that it had become much fainter. The Azura blood sea painting used the souls of the dead, as well as various kinds of blood chi, killing intent, and evil spirits to unleash its strongest power. However, Nangongja had formed the true form of Yama. Yama was a kind of power that ruled between heaven and earth. Therefore, when the Azura blood sea painting confronted the true form of Yama, it was almost impossible to unleash its greatest advantage. This was also the fundamental reason why Nangongja could rely on his newly formed true form of Yama to fight against the crimson-robed man's Azura blood sea painting, which had been formed for countless years. Senior, can't you and I talk nicely? I already have a rough idea of who you are. You don't have any evil intentions towards me. Otherwise, I would have been eaten by all kinds of undead in the blood sea. Looking at the crimson-robed man's figure, Nangongja was panting at this moment. Of course I know that you have already guessed my identity. It was probably that old toad from Mount Mayaboku who told you, right? When he used his useless dream entry technique to observe me, I had already noticed. I just didn't want to talk to him. My name is Banishment. Although the crimson-robed man kept talking to Nangongja, the sword in his hand never stopped moving. Instead, it was constantly attacking Nangongja. Of course I don't have much time. I have to hurry up and let you truly step onto the path of the sword. When Nangongja narrowly dodged one of the Banishment's sword moves, he heard Banishment's words. Time! Nangongja looked at Banishment. There were some doubts in his heart, as well as some vague guesses. Yes, I don't have much time. I actually died a long time ago. It's just that a wisp of my soul is residing in this heavenly tribulation sword. In order to let you comprehend the origin, I have already consumed a lot of power. Now I have to hurry up. Otherwise, when my soul dissipates, I won't be able to truly teach you. Banishment constantly waved the heavenly tribulation sword in his hand. Exquisite sword moves were casually used on Nangongja. Nangongja exerted force on his feet and used the wooden sword to block Banishment's sword moves. Even his body was cut a few times by the sharp sword chi. He used all his strength to block Banishment's sword. He stared at Banishment's eyes with his own eyes. Then we don't have to do this. Even if you are just a wisp of your soul, you can still continue for a long time as long as you properly nourish yourself. Why are you in such a hurry to teach me in such a way that harms your own origin? That's right. He could have taught Nangongja slowly. However, Banishment still used such an extreme method, which really made Nangongja confused. Chapter 89. Ha ha ha. The success and failure of my life were due to the heavenly tribulation. I forged the heavenly tribulation sword and used it to reach the peak of my life. However, when I died, the only thing I could attach my soul to was the heavenly tribulation sword. As Banishment spoke, he subconsciously stopped his sword. He only looked at the sword that had accompanied him for almost his entire life. The heavenly tribulation sword has its own power because of the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation is also the greatest nemesis of all souls that have no one to rely on. When I attached myself to the heavenly tribulation sword, my soul was still very strong and could resist the might of the heavenly tribulation sword. However, time has passed and years have passed. After several hundred years, my soul has long since become weaker and weaker. It has even made the connection between me and the heavenly tribulation sword even tighter. Even if I wanted to leave the heavenly tribulation sword and find something to rely on, it would be impossible. Banishment smiled. To Nangong's surprise, there was no bitterness or helplessness in his smile. Instead, there was a deep sense of contentment and happiness. This was the first time that Nangongja had seen Banishment's smile other than a sneer. For a moment, the smile on Banishment's handsome face was like the clouds parting to see the sun. It was so blissful and at ease. As a swordsman, isn't this a great way to die? The sword is the only thing that I have attached myself to in my life. It is also the thing that I have trusted the most in my life. At the end of my life, I am not facing the enemy's sword. Instead, I am facing the sword that has accompanied me for my entire life. Isn't this great? Banishment looked at Nangongja and smiled at Nangongja. Isn't this great? If you want your sword art to become more powerful, if you want your way of the sword to become more magnanimous, what you need to do from the very beginning is to be honest with your heart. I have always attached myself to the heavenly tribulation sword. When you first poured your internal energy into the heavenly tribulation sword, I had already awakened my consciousness. I have seen your battle with the white-haired kid from Woodleaf. I have also experienced the baptism of the aura of the ninja that you called Woodleaf Whitefang with you. I have fought the bandits of Lion Mountain with you. I have also faced the smoke of the Ninja World War with you. I have seen you save innocent people. I have seen you kill unarmed civilians. If there is someone who truly understands you, perhaps I am the most qualified, right? When a person ends another person's life, what they reveal is their true self. Some people are happy, some are crazy. Lija kept talking, and every word struck Nangongja's heart. Nangongja had never thought that there would be a person silently watching over him in every battle he fought. It must be known that even Li Yang's aura is sleeping in her body most of the time. In an extremely special situation, or when Nangongja takes the initiative to call her, Li Yang doesn't care much about the outside world. Suddenly, knowing that Banishment has been paying attention to him, Nangongja was a little surprised. There is also a strange feeling lingering in his heart, and he doesn't know how to express it. But when you kill people, you don't have such negative feelings. Banishment ignored the changes in Nangongja's heart, and just said, when you end every life, no matter whether the person is good or bad, you will bury a deep feeling of pity in your heart. This is also why the Azura Blood Sea chart has a situation like the 10,000 ghosts gnawing on your body. Because in the depths of your heart, you have a sense of guilt towards each and every one of them. This is very good. Only in this way will you not lose yourself. Back then, I was also a person who was possessed by the devil. I didn't lose my consciousness. The most important thing is this pity. This is the first time Banishment mentioned that he was possessed by the devil. It is also the reason why Nangongja knew that Banishment can resist the madness of being possessed by the devil. But do I really have this kind of pity that can resist the madness of the devil? Nangongja asked Banishment and himself. The feeling of pity will never become small. It is like a seed that slowly takes root in your body. One day it will grow into a towering tree. Banishment shook his head and said, your current inner strength hasn't transformed to its strongest state yet. This is because you haven't completely merged the sword energy and inner strength in your body. Only a small amount of sword energy is attached to the inner strength in your body. You still need to become stronger, because the chaotic world is about to begin. After listening to Banishment's words, Nangongja was shocked, especially the word chaotic world. Nangongja had an unusual feeling in his heart. Chaotic world? Banishment nodded. Yes, whether it is me, the three Holy Lands, or even Liang. We all have a premonition that the world is about to face a challenge. This is a perception that all people who have surpassed a certain level of strength will get. This is also the reason why I was willing to stay in the Heaven's Disaster Sword for countless years. This world needs people to save it, not one person. It is the gathering of all the forces in the world. Only then will it be possible. Nangongzhi heard Banishment's words, although he believed what Banishment said. But how difficult is it to gather all the forces of the ninja world? Every ninja village has a blood feud with each other. A large number of people who wander around in another ninja village will encounter a large number of their enemies and want to draw their swords against them. Cooperation? It is simply an impossible task. I once met a contractor of Mount Mayaboku. When he chatted with me, I learned that Mount Mayaboku has been looking for a person who can unify the forces of the ninja world. They want this person to become the Son of Hope. Although the old toad is usually quite unreliable, his prophecies have never been wrong. So, such a person must exist. But I also made my own plans and established a secret organization. If you can pass my test and become a real swordsman, you can bring the Heaven's Disaster Sword with you. You can bring the Heavenly Tribulation Sword there, and one day in the future, you can contribute to this world the strength of us inner force cultivators. As Leisha spoke, she raised the Heavenly Tribulation Sword that had been hanging by her side. Let's finish the gossip. Let's continue the training. Although it was a question, Banishment completely ignored Nangongzhi and wanted to continue to ask questions. Instead, he continued to attack Nangongzhi again and again. Yes, let's wait for the next day. The most important thing now is to let you, the former owner of the Heaven's Disaster Sword, truly recognize me, right? Nangongzhi also raised his wooden sword and rushed forward. Chapter 90. Flap. Nangongzhi, who had been sitting for a long time, suddenly trembled. Dust began to fall from his body. The surrounding air suddenly became a lot more polluted. Crack, crack. Nangongzhi tried to move his body, and every joint of his body let out popping sounds. I don't know how long I've been in the Banishment Senior's training. My body is so stiff. Nangongzhi smacked his lips. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with his body. In the spiritual space, Nangongzhi had been fighting with the Banishment Senior's sword. Nangongzhi was so nervous that he did not realize the passage of time. Of course, this could also be because there was nothing in the spiritual space that could be used as a reference for the passage of time. Although I've already prepared myself for the fact that the Banishment Senior's soul will dissipate after this training, I still can't believe it. At this moment, I still can't suppress the emotions in my heart. Nangongzhi raised the black sword in front of him. There was not a single speck of dust on it. It was the Heaven's Disaster Sword. At this moment, the Heaven's Disaster Sword seemed to have sensed that its master was holding it again. Some of the cracks on the sword's body flowed with a blue light. Nangongzhi stood up. Holding the Heaven's Disaster Sword, he gently waved it. A burst of sword chi burst out from his body and scattered all the dust on his clothes. Nangongzhi touched his hair that had almost reached his waist. He smiled awkwardly. This time, my hair has reached my waist, right? He was too lazy to care about his long hair. He took out the bandage that was supposed to be used to bandage his wounds and casually tied up his hair to prevent it from getting in the way. He looked at his surroundings. At this moment, Nangongzhi was in an underground cave. Although the surroundings were dark, there were still patches of glowing moss that emitted a faint light. In front of Nangongzhi was a huge rock that was engraved with many spells. Nangongzhi relied on the spell formation on this rock to summon the Banishment Senior's soul with the Heaven's Disaster Sword. There was only one exit around him. Nangongzhi did not pay much attention to it. He picked up the long sword and walked towards the exit. This part of the cave was not short. Nangongzhi walked for almost 5 minutes before he reached the exit of the cave. The scorching sunlight was slightly dazzling, illuminating Nangongzhi's skin, which had turned pale from staying underground for too long, with a crystalline luster. Nangongzhi raised his hand and slightly blocked the scorching sunlight. At the same time, he discovered a small lion cub to the side of the cave exit that he had just exited. This small cub was only the length of his forearm. was very cute. "Hey, little lion, wake up." Nan Gongja squatted beside the small cub. He used his hand to poke the small cub's chubby cheeks. Originally, the small cub seemed to be sleeping very soundly. There was even a large snot bubble floating above its cute little nose. When Nan Gongja poked the small cub's face, the small cub slowly woke up. It used its small paws to rub its sleepy eyes. The small cub muttered, "Sister Mashiro, did you come to see the dirty big brother who has been in the cave for a long time?" Dirty? Nan Gongja was stunned. Although he was not a germaphobe, did being dirty have anything to do with it? It seemed that Nan Gongja had selectively forgotten that he had shaken off the dust on the ground when he woke up. "Look carefully." Nan Gongja looked at the small cub and said with a smile, "Oh my God! Who are you? Why are you smiling so wretchedly? Do you know where this is? Don't you know who I am?" The small cub immediately put on an aggressive posture and looked at Nan Gongja arrogantly. He seemed to think that his posture was very mighty and domineering. He roared at Nan Gongja as if he was showing off his prowess. "I really don't know where this is, and I really don't know who you are." Looking at the small cub, Nan Gongja seemed to have a bad taste. He also put on an overbearing attitude and looked at the little lion in front of him that was only the length of his forearm with his nostrils. "Roar! This is the secret place of the Lion Clan. There are countless strong people here. I am one of the best among them, Master Liang." Before the small cub finished speaking, Nan Gongja heard Liang's name and couldn't help but interrupt. "Hey, can't you hear me out?" Little Lion rolled his eyes and looked at Nan Gongja, who was standing in front of him and could only look up at him. "I am the godson of Master Liang, Lionheart King Arthur. Tremble under the glory of this great master." After Arthur finished his words, he instantly felt that his momentum had reached its peak. Didn't he see that the ugly human standing in front of him with his nostrils was now scared to death? Even his face had turned red from fright, and his shoulders and other parts of his body were trembling from fright. "Sigh, this great uncle is really powerful. When will I let my godfather, Ryasama, take me to the ninja world and let those stupid humans see the glory of the Lionheart King? The revival of the Lion Clan will be realized in my hands. Ha 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 ha." Looking at Liang, who seemed to be wantonly in front of him, Nan Gongja was really holding back his laughter. He didn't want to leave any psychological shadow on this small cub because of his excessive laughter. He didn't know what color his face would become because he was trying his best to hold back his laughter. Okay, little Arthur. Go inform Liang that I've come out of seclusion." Nan Gongja finally suppressed his instinct to laugh and said to Arthur, "What little Arthur? I am the Lionheart King Arthur. You want to see Master Liang? Why don't you look at yourself?" Arthur didn't finish his words. He looked at Nan Gongja standing in front of him and suddenly felt that this person was somewhat familiar, just like the person sitting in the cave. Oh. The small cub seemed to have become a little flustered at this moment. After running around for a long time, he finally calmed down a little bit. Looking at Nan Gongja in front of him. "You are Master Liang's contractor?" Although it was a question, the small cub already had a plan in his heart. Okay, go and find Liang." Nan Gongja smiled and looked at the very anxious small cub in front of him. He didn't mind the small cub's attitude just now. After all, although the small cub seemed to be overbearing just now, but it was still very cute, wasn't it? "Yes, Nan Gongja-sama, I will go and find Master Liang." The little lion lowered its head towards Nan Gongja as a form of greeting before running off without a trace. Chapter 91. Not long after, Liang arrived at Nan Gongja's side. Liang's heavy breathing was enough to prove how much effort she had put in to get here as soon as possible. Seeing Nan Gongja's calm expression, Liang went up and gave him a bear hug. The huge force made Nan Gongja a little breathless. He patted Liang's shoulder, indicating for her to let him go. Liang instantly understood. After letting go of Nan Gongja, her pair of tiger eyes stared at Nan Gongja. Kid, you're finally back. When Liang said that, her expression changed a little. I say, how long has it been since we last met? Has your sexual orientation changed? Looking at the obviously abnormal Liang in front of him, Nan Gongzhi deliberately put on a disgusting, don't come near me expression. Looking at Nan Gongzhi's expression in front of her, Liang felt that all her concern had been fed to a dog. She looked like she was about to lose control and go up to Nan Gongzhi to beat him up. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Nan Gongzhi's face, and Liang also laughed out loud. The two of them reached out their hands at the same time and held each other's hands. Whether it was Nan Gongzhi's white and slender hand or Liang's rough and wide hand, at this moment, they held each other's hands tightly. Welcome back. Liang smiled and said at the same time. These days, Nan Gongzhi was immersed in the banishment trial, which scared Liang out of her wits. The two of them were connected by life and death, so Nan Gongzhi's abnormal mental state was all the same. Liang shared almost real-time information. When Nan Gongzhi was bitten by 100 ghosts during the banishment trial, and when he was severely injured in the battle with the banishment, Liang felt that Nan Gongzhi's heart was not the same as Nan Gongzhi's. Liang really did not feel the same way. Liang was very clear about what Nan Gongzhi had gone through during this period of time. Every time he felt Nan Gongzhi's pain, he would ask himself if it was right to let Nan Gongzhi use the boulder formation to summon the remnant soul of the banishment sword. These days, Liang had been blaming herself in her heart. This was also the reason why Liang had acted so strangely and lost his composure. Gong gong. Just as Nan Gongzhi wanted to say something to Liang, a familiar voice came from afar. Nan Gongzhi didn't continue talking to Liang. Instead, he quickly ran towards the source of the sound. Finally, the figure in the distance became clear. It was Mashiro. Although Nan Gongzhi already knew that Mashiro was also in the Lion clan's secret place, when he really saw Mashiro at this moment, Nan Gongzhi couldn't help but feel waves in his heart. Mashiro. Nan Gongzhi stood in front of Mashiro, smiled, and called out the name of the girl standing in front of him. Pa! Before Nan Gongzhi could finish his words, Mashiro slapped Nan Gongzhi's face. Just like that, a red five-finger mark appeared on his originally handsome face. You still know how to come back? They had already found the location of the Lion clan in Liang and could return safely. But you just had to follow the words of that strange sword spirit in your broken sword and use that boulder formation to push yourself into such a dangerous situation. Are you stupid? Don't you know that whether it's me, Roar-san, or Little Linger, we are all waiting for you to come home? Nan Gongzhi listened to Mashiro's series of accusations and knew that what he did this time was really irrational. In fact, when Nan Gongzhi and Liang were in the spacecraft, they were guided by the remnant spirit of banishment hidden in the heavens disaster sword and came to this hidden space of the Lion clan. However, banishment clearly told Nan Gongzhi and Liang about the dangers that the shinobi world was about to face. In order to let Nan Gongzhi focus on the trial, he even sealed all the memories of Nan Gongzhi before he arrived at the Lion clan's territory. However, it was precisely this trial that lasted as long as 6 months. Even when Liang returned to the wood leaf and explained the situation to Mashiro, Rower, and Little Linger, she didn't say that Nan Gongzhi wouldn't be safe. And to ensure that Nan Gongzhi wouldn't be in any danger, the three women in Konoha couldn't help but start to worry about Nan Gongzhi. In order to determine the situation of Nan Gongzhi, the three women decided to follow Liang to the different space of the Lion clan. But Liang finally persuaded Nan Gongro, who was still working in the wood leaf, and Little Linger, who was too young, stayed in the wood leaf. But it was precisely Mashiro, who usually had the most gentle temperament and seemed to be the most aloof, who was unusually persistent this time. With no other choice, Liang could only bring Mashiro here. In order to not let Nan Gongzhi's trial undisturbed, Mashiro could only look at Nan Gongzhi from a distance every time. Looking at Nan Gongzhi's hair growing a little bit. His clothes were tattered, and layers of dust were superimposed on Nan Gongzhi's body. In this way, Mashiro felt that he had passed the most difficult 3 months of his life. Looking at the palm print on Nan Gongzhi's face, Mashiro's eyes were slowly filled with tears, and he hugged Nan Gongzhi in front of him. You bastard! Doing this kind of dangerous thing again and again. Can't you be more obedient? Mashiro threw himself into Nangong's arms, crying and saying, I'm sorry. Originally, Nangongja wanted to explain to Mashiro why he made such a choice, but looking at Mashiro's sad appearance, Nangongja couldn't say anything. He could only press one hand on Mashiro's head and gently stroke it, while the other hand hugged Mashiro's shoulder that was trembling from crying. Nangongja hugged Mashiro like this, and Mashiro was crying in Nangongja's arms. Finally, Mashiro's crying gradually stopped. Using both hands, she struggled out of Nangongja's arms. She rubbed her eyes that were red from crying. I have to hurry back to Woodleaf. Sister Rower and Little Linger are still waiting for me to tell them that you've woken up. Mashiro felt uncomfortable under Nangongja's gaze. She avoided Nangongja's eyes and didn't dare to look him in the eye. As she said that, she looked like she wanted to hurry back to Woodleaf with Liang. But just as Mashiro turned around, Nangongja grabbed Mashiro's wrist. Okay, you don't have to be so anxious. I'll go look for Ryo in a while and ask him to arrange for Arthur to go to Konoha. I'll tell Roer and Rayer about it. As for you, Nangongja looked at Mashiro, who was standing in front of him. Not only were her eyes red from crying, but she also looked haggard. You should rest well for a few days. Space travel has a high requirement for a person's physique. You haven't cultivated before, but you managed to withstand such power. You've been watching me these days, so you definitely didn't rest well. You should rest well and leave the rest to me. Chapter 92. Ignoring what Mashiro wanted to say, Nangongja carried Mashiro in his arms. Looking at Nangongja, who was so close to her, feeling the hot air from Nangongja's nose and the warmth from Nangongja's body, Mashiro felt that all her words were suppressed. She just wanted to stay in Nangongja's arms. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Nangongja's cheeks. Her fair cheeks were naturally covered with a layer of red makeup. What are you looking at? I just want to send you to sleep. Nangongja also noticed that Mashiro had been staring at him. He thought that Mashiro didn't want to go back to sleep. Therefore, he said this without understanding the situation. Looking at Nangongja's expression, Mashiro could only roll her eyes back at Nangongja. Nangongja stood in place and looked around for a long time. There was only grass all around him, and he didn't know where to go. He could only make some strange noises, hoping to remind Jinbai where to go. However, Mashiro, who was usually smart, seemed to be in a daze at this moment. She didn't notice the awkwardness in Nangongja's heart at all. Nangongja had no choice but to open his mouth and ask, Where should I go to send you back to your place? After I came here with Liang last time, I didn't stay for long and ran to the cave. Mashiro finally realized that Nangongja didn't know where to send her. She covered her mouth with her small hand and giggled. Idiot Miyagi. Laughing, Mashiro didn't forget to scold Nangongja. However, at the same time, she pointed out the direction to Nangongja with her other hand. You're blaming me? I've never walked around this place before. How would I know where to go? After knowing the direction, Nangongja picked up his speed and ran towards Mashiro's place. While running, she was still mumbling, as if she was a little emotional. However, Mashiro was in Nangongja's arms at this moment. Even if she was mumbling, Mashiro could still hear it. However, this only made Mashiro laugh even louder and more excitedly. Looking at Mashiro in his arms, Nangongja couldn't connect this girl who was laughing with the girl who was crying in his arms just now. Sure enough, it was hard to guess the thoughts of girls. Following Mashiro's direction, Nangongja quickly found a small wooden house located on a small hill. At the bottom of the hill, there was a slightly wide but shallow stream. A large tree grew beside the small house. No one knew how long this tree had lived. Its huge canopy almost covered the entire small house. In front of the small house, there was a small flower bed. There were many small flowers that Nangongja knew, some of which looked familiar. The lion clan isn't a social animal, and they live in the open. This small house was built with Liang's help. That huge tree seems to be the pillar that supports the stability of this world. Mishiro seemed to have noticed Nangong's doubts, so she explained. This place is really not bad, although it's not as exquisite as our home in Woodleaf. However, it's closer to nature here, and it's very comfortable. In the future, we can often come here to live, whether it's physical or mental, it's very good. Nangongja himself can draw on the power of nature, coupled with the banishment of Nangongja's training. Nangongja's spiritual power and perception of natural energy have improved a lot. When Nangongja came out of the cave, he already felt the density of natural energy around him. It's much higher than any place he has been in the ninja world. When he came near the small hill and the big tree, Nangongja felt that the natural energy around him is no longer in the form of concepts, but it's about to condense into a physical substance. With such rich natural energy, even people who haven't practiced martial arts will naturally relax, and under the subtle influence of natural energy, their physical fitness will slowly improve. If it's someone who has practiced martial arts, then they can actively absorb the natural energy around them to enrich their body and spirit. Can be said that there are a lot of benefits. Hearing Nangongja say that this place is very good, Mishiro felt very happy for a while and nodded. After all, this place was slowly tidied up by himself, and being able to make Nangongja like it, Mishiro also felt a different kind of satisfaction in his heart. Looking at Nangongja still holding himself tightly in his arms, Mishiro only felt that he has lived with Nangongja for a long time, like a pair of lovers who have been in love for many years, looking for a place to settle down. Creak, because the whole room was made of wood. When Nangongja opened the door of the hut, it was difficult to avoid the sound of the door-post rubbing against each other. Looking at the extraordinarily clean room, Nangongja couldn't help but smile. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were very dull and a little sloppy. There were even some undergarments mixed in with the clothes all over the floor. Look at you now, you actually like to tidy up so much. Nangongja actually remembered the first time he met Mishiro. Annoying. No matter what, it has been so long. How can I not have improved at all? Mishiro slightly pouted as she used her small fist to punch Nangongja's shoulder. He pulled open Mishiro's blanket on the bed, and gently put Mishiro in his arms on the bed, and looked at the girl who has been with him for almost 2 years. Nangongja was also filled with emotions. Thinking about it, we have known each other for almost 2 years, right? Nangongja's words also pulled Mishiro into the memories. Yes, just in these 2 years alone. You have already fainted twice in a row and countless injuries, Mishiro said, with a hint of bitterness in her tone. You and Rower have been worried enough because of me. In the end, it is because I am not strong enough. If I was strong enough to kill gods, then how would I be able to do it? Why would I make you worry about me like this every day? Nangongja said, but Mishiro had already begun to shake her head. She pressed her hand on Nangongja's cheek. Gong Gong, to me, you are still the most powerful hero this world has given me. You have protected me time and time again. You are very strong, not only because of your swordsmanship, but also because of your inner strength. It is also because of your gentleness and compassion. Chapter 93. Hearing Mishiro's words, Nangongja couldn't help but blush. After all, with Nangongja's personality, he would be a little embarrassed if someone suddenly called him a hero. He reached out his hand and touched Mishiro's forehead as she lay on the bed. Nangongja smiled. Okay. Don't try to enlighten me. I can still accept these things. The most important thing for you now is to have a good sleep, right? Looking at Nangongja's smiling face, feeling the warmth from Nangongja's palm, Mishiro buried his head deep in the blanket. Okay. Although Mishiro's voice was very soft, Nangongja still heard it clearly. Nangongja smiled and nodded slightly. Then he was ready to take his hand away and discuss some things with Liang. Just as Nangongja stood up, he suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. The person pulling Nangongja's sleeve was Mishiro lying on the bed. No, don't go. Or, Can you wait until I fall asleep? Half of Mishiro's face was buried in the blanket. Only his eyes could be seen. She was looking at Nan Gongja, who was standing beside her bed, shyly and hopefully. If you still have something to do, you don't have to accompany me. Seeing Nan Gongja's hesitation, Mishiro spoke intermittently. But in Mishiro's eyes, there was still some disappointment. It's okay. I'll accompany you until you fall asleep. In fact, Nan Gongja wasn't in a hurry. Plus, Mishiro was looking at him like this, so how could he refuse? Nan Gongja sat on Mishiro's bed again and held Mishiro's little hand. Be good. Have a good sleep. Hearing Nan Gongja's voice, Mishiro slowly closed her eyes. Slowly, he entered his own dreamland. Which girl didn't yearn for love? How could a young man not be sentimental? Mishiro's dream was the most realistic portrayal of herself. The big tree, the wooden house, the small stream at the foot of the mountain. Everything was exactly the same as Mishiro's current place, but the big tree seemed to have grown a little bigger, and the wooden house was a little more dilapidated. What should we eat today? A slightly hunched figure slowly pushed open the door of the wooden house. The figure's white hair proved that he had lived a long life, although there were more wrinkles on his face, and his skin was a little loose. But one could still vaguely see that it was Nan Gongja. He followed behind Nan Gongja and walked out of the wooden house. He was also an old man, and upon closer inspection, he looked a little like Mishiro. Just do it as you see fit. I've already brewed your tea and put it under the tree. You can drink some when you want to. The old Mishiro looked at Nan Gongja, who was also old. Although he had been busy with some trivial matters, his turbid eyes were full of deep affection. You seem to have seen the flowers you planted a few years ago? The old Nan Gongja squinted his eyes, hoping that he could see the scenery in front of him more clearly. And in the direction that Nan Gongja was looking at, there was a small flower bed. All kinds of unknown flowers were quietly blooming in the middle of it. They were emitting their own brilliance. You just found out? The old Mishiro stood behind Nan Gongja and patted Nan Gongja's head with his slightly skinny hand. He seemed to be reprimanding Nan Gongja, but his words were full of tenderness. Li Yang, since I've broken free from the trial of banishment, I'm sure you know that banishment is now. After Nan Gongja saw that Mishiro had fallen asleep, he left Mishiro's wooden house. He specially called Arthur, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, to Mishiro's room to protect Mishiro's safety. Nan Gongja went straight to Li Yang. Although Nan Gongja did not finish his sentence, Li Yang understood what Nan Gongja meant. Banishment was a rare genius and madman. Just like that, the last mark he left in the human world disappeared without anyone knowing. It really made people sigh endlessly. Although banishment was not born in the same era as me, he was still recorded in the ancient records passed down by the Lion clan. Li Yang was also a little emotional. After all, when she first started, she was similar to banishment. She was a remnant soul in the world. Fortunately, she had met Nan Gongja. Otherwise, she might have ended up like banishment. Her soul might have been destroyed. Nan Gongja and Li Yang were standing at the entrance of the cave that Nan Gongja had been in. The more he looked at the deep cave, the more it looked like a mausoleum's tomb. It was a little dark and a little scary. Occasionally, there would be a chilly feeling drifting out from it. Let's use this cave as banishment's tomb? Nan Gongja looked at Li Yang and asked. After all, when banishment died, there was nothing left of his body. It was reasonable to use the place where his soul dissipated as his tomb. Li Yang nodded, indicating that she agreed. Thus, Nan Gongja pulled out the tribulation sword on his back. He gradually poured the natural energy in his body into the tribulation sword. Nan Gongja's natural energy was like a magnet, constantly attracting the rich natural energy in the surroundings. Under the constant influx of natural energy, the tribulation sword was wrapped in a thick layer of energy. The sword seemed to expand and was covered in a thick layer of green. Feeling that the sword in his hand had accumulated a lot of energy, Nan Gongja slashed the tribulation sword from bottom to top. Rise! Following Nan Gongja's command, the natural energy constantly pulled the earth. a large piece of soil was pulled out. The natural energy constantly spread out from Nangong's tribulation sword in the form of waves. It was like huge waves hitting a large piece of soil in front of Nangongja. The soil, which was originally loose, slowly became hard under the baptism of the natural energy. When the hitting stopped, the diamond-shaped soil, which was originally 6 meters in size, had been hit until it was only 20 centimeters thick. However, its hardness had already surpassed that of ordinary steel. Seal! Nangongja pointed the tribulation sword at the entrance of the cave. The soil wall obeyed Nangongja's guidance and buckled into the cave entrance with a loud sound. Looking at the soil wall that had already merged with the mountain, Nangongja heaved a sigh of relief. These days, the effect of Lijia's teaching was really amazing. Chapter 94. Nangongja let out a long sigh of relief as he looked at the dirt wall in front of him that had already merged with the mountain wall. After all, he had gathered the dust hidden in the air and condensed it into such a large piece of dirt. At the same time, he had also used the power of nature to temper it. This was indeed a very taxing task. However, this was also the first time Nangongja had used the power of nature after a long period of seclusion. Regardless of whether it was the process or the final result, it made Nangongja feel that he had benefited greatly from the various trials that Lija had undergone during this period of time. Nangongja touched the small, palm-sized green jade gourd behind his waist. He began to miss the banishment that had tormented him so much during the trials. You once said that you only loved 2 things in your life. One was swords and the other was wine. That's why you gave this green jade gourd to me. However, I'm a person who doesn't drink wine. Wouldn't letting this thing follow me be like a pearl covered in dust? Although Nangongja spoke as if he wasn't very interested in the green jade gourd, the deep reminiscence in his eyes clearly revealed his inner thoughts. Since that's the case, then write down your tombstone for me. Nangongja shook the tribulation sword in his hand, scattering the power of nature that had coiled around the sword. He gently sheathed the tribulation sword in the scabbard on his back and stretched out his right hand, using it as a sword finger. The sword chi hidden in his body instantly spread over Nangongja's fingers. His fingers, which were originally incomparably weak compared to a sword, were now bearing the extremely destructive sword chi. An inch-long sword light even shot out from his fingertips. Nangongja leaped up high with a light leap. He continuously waved his right arm, carving out marks on the hard dirt wall that Nangongja had just created. This kid has actually improved so much? Liang was slightly surprised to see Nangongja using his abilities so skillfully in front of her. After all, Nangongja and Banishment had been training in the spiritual space for a long time, but that was still in the spiritual space. Whether it was the physical quality or the accumulation of inner strength, it was impossible to accomplish. But now, Nangongja was able to use natural energy so easily, and he could even skillfully control the sword energy in his body that had caused him so much trouble. This allowed Liang to once again see what kind of genius this junior called Banishment was. Just as Li Yang's mind wandered and she began to think about the banishment, Nangongja also finished carving on the wall. Nangongja flicked off the remaining ashes on his fingers and patted Li Yang's shoulder. Do you think this epitaph is worthy of banishment? Li Yang's train of thought was interrupted by Nangongja. She finally had the mood to look at the result of Nangongja's carving on the wall. It would have been better if she didn't look. After looking, Li Yang's mouth began to softly repeat the words written on the wall. When the wine enters the grand intestine, 30% becomes moonlight, 70% becomes sword energy. When the sword is in hand, there are thousands of things in the world. When the sword wielder is in banishment, his soul ends here. Although it was only a few words, it vividly expressed the spirit of banishment. Although I haven't really met this junior called Banishment, I think this person's style should be like this. If I was lucky back then, I would definitely drink with such an interesting guy. Li Yang also had a regretful expression at this moment. There were indeed many experts in this world, but there were far too few people who truly had their own beliefs and wouldn't be swayed by the words of others. Banishment was also an internal energy cultivator who had been possessed by the devil. Although he had been possessed by the devil, he didn't lose his heart in the end. If such a person wasn't suitable to drink with, then who else was suitable? Catch. Nangongzhi tossed the green jade gourd behind him to Liang. This is Banishment's wine gourd. Back then, he found an extremely powerful boundary master to engrave a spatial restriction on the wine gourd, causing the space inside to become extremely large. In the last few years before Banishment left the world, he brewed an entire gourd of wine himself, hoping that after he disappeared from the world, there would still be people who would drink this wine and remember him. In the end, he told me that this wine gourd was placed under that huge rock. Before I left, I took it with me. Since you want to drink with him, then that's fine too. But don't finish it. I also have a share of this wine. Although Nangongzhi's last sentence sounded a little stingy, Liang actually knew very well in his heart. This kid didn't know how to drink at all. When he said that he wanted him to keep the wine, it was nothing more than a way to remember Banishment. Ha ha ha, of course. Since there's such a good wine before me, how can I not drink to my heart's content? Liang placed the small green jade gourd against his big mouth and slowly poured out the wine inside. The bright red wine glowed like a blood-red amber under the sunlight. It reminded Nangongzhi of the time when Banishment drank to his heart's content in front of him. He actually stretched out his hand and said to Liang, "Give it to me. I want to have a few mouthfuls too." Liang stopped drinking and looked at Nangongzhi with a grin. He threw the green jade gourd in his hand to Nangongzhi. Nangongzhi didn't hesitate and poured the green jade gourd in his hand into his mouth. The wine also entered Nangongzhi's mouth. It didn't have the pungent and choking feeling of other wines that Nangongzhi had seen before. Instead, it was extremely smooth. Traces of coolness emanated from the wine and quickly spread throughout his mouth. Nangongzhi drank the wine one mouthful after another. The corners of his eyes involuntarily became a little teary. Banishment wasn't a person who was particularly good at communicating with others. However, Nangongzhi was completely conquered by Banishment's charm in this short period of time. Therefore, the various emotions hidden in the depths of his heart, under the stimulation of the wine, they were slowly revealed. He sealed the wine gourd in his hand and hung it behind his waist again. Nangongzhi stood in front of the tombstone that he wrote for Banishment. I don't know what kind of person I will become after this. Will I be loyal to Woodleaf or will I wander the world? Will I be a good person or a bad person? Now, I don't understand at all. Especially after staying in Woodleaf for so many years, I became more and more confused about this world. But it was you who made me feel that this world isn't just filled with deceit and benefits. There were more pure feelings, and they would never be worn away. If this world can still be saved, I'm willing to do everything I can. In an instant, the figures of everyone he knew appeared in front of Nangongzhi. After all, there are more and more things in this world that I cherish. Chapter 95. Just like that, the legendary banishment that had been passed down in people's mouths and recorded in ancient books. Just like that, the last trace of his mark in the human world was erased. A young swordsman carrying the longsword that was treasured by the banishment once again walked the world. Perhaps everyone was like this? Whether it was the legendary banishment or Senju Takuma, who was known as the god of shinobi, or even the sage of the six paths. In the end, his entire life had become a fragment of some people's memories. Or perhaps, they had buried their experiences deeply in a pile of old books. When Mishiro woke up, Nangongzhi was no longer by his side. He must have gone to find Liang. Although I've always understood you, and I know you have more important things to do. But, if you can be like in my dream and accompany me to grow old, how good would that be? Mishiro muttered to himself, but he also remembered what he had just done. That short, ordinary dream that he yearned for. But in the end, Mishiro could only shake his head. These are things I shouldn't have thought about. As for why he shouldn't have, Mashiro was very clear. He never truly belonged to himself, so how could these beautiful things happen to him? Knock! Knock! The door of the hut was knocked a few times. Before Mashiro could speak, Nangong's voice came from outside the door. Mashiro, are you awake? I saw that you lit up the light in the room. If you're well rested, let's prepare and go back to the wood leaf. Hearing Nangong's words, Mashiro hurriedly patted his face with his hands to wake himself up. He immediately said, I'm awake. I'm already awake. Let's go. You don't have to pack anything. Rower has been waiting for you for a long time. It's better if we go back quickly. As she spoke, Mashiro also walked to the door of her room. She opened the door and saw Nangongja standing at the door. Are you okay? Nangongja suddenly asked. Your eyes look red. Haven't you rested enough? If you still want to sleep for a while, that's fine too. We don't lack the time. After hearing Nangongja's question, Mashiro was a little confused. Did his eyes turn red? She quickly walked into the room and looked at her face in the mirror. It was indeed a little red and swollen. Looking at the pillow on the bed in the room, it was also wet. Could it be that, when he was dreaming, he actually cried out? Mashiro asked himself, but he couldn't come up with an answer for a long time. He could only turn his head and look at Nangongja. I'm fine. Maybe something went into my eye just now? But you were in the room. How could there be? Before Nangongja could finish his sentence, he was pushed out of the room by Mashiro. Don't just stand there like a fool. I still have to pack. We can set off very soon. Just like that, Nangongja was pushed out of the room by Mashiro. After being stunned for a long time, Nangongja said in a daze, Didn't you just say that there's nothing to pack? Sigh. Women. After a short while, Mashiro also came out of the room with a small bag in her hand. She looked at Nangongja, who was still standing where she pushed Nangongja. She tiptoed and knocked on Nangongja's head. Let's go. Fool, how much longer do you want to wait for Roramimi? Touching the place where he was hit, Nangongja was still puzzled as to why this lass had hit him so hard. He could only go along with Mashiro's words. Okay. Okay, let's go. Nangongja rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the lion head seal inside. Rio, let's go. He muttered in his heart, and a ball of light rose from his east. It rushed towards Nangongja's place. The lion cub, Arthur, who was guarding the entrance of Nangongja's cave, was also wrapped in the brilliance. Most of the lions here have already seen through the world. They don't want to wade in the muddy waters of the ninja world. It's just that I'm really worried about this little guy. I might as well take him with me. Listening to Rio's words, Nangongja couldn't help but remember the habits of some of the ordinary lions he saw in the ninja world. He secretly complained in his heart, lions are really a lazy species. But then, Rio's voice sounded in Nangongja's mind. I'm connected to you mentally. How dare you say this kind of thing when I'm awake? It seems that you still need some lessons. Roar! A huge lion's roar sounded in Nangongja's mind. Although it didn't have any great lethality, Nangongja still felt a little uncomfortable for a while. After all, he was the one who complained about the lions behind their backs, and he also killed Arthur and Rio. Nangongja could only beg Rio for mercy in his mind for a while. After a long time, he finally calmed Rio down. Nangongja handed Arthur, who was brought by Rio, to Mashiro, who was standing next to him. He also pulled out the tribulation sword on his back. It was different from the first time when he left the wood leaf village to find the different space where the lions were. He still needed to draw a huge formation. This time, Nangongja returned to the wood leaf village because he had a clear space coordinate. Nangongja drew the tribulation sword in the void, and countless natural energy gathered in the place where Nangongja's sword was drawn. After a while, a huge wormhole appeared in front of Nangongja. Let's go. Nangongja stretched out his hand in front of Mashiro. It seemed that he wanted to take Mashiro's hand and walk into the wormhole together. Although this wasn't the first time Mashiro traveled through a wormhole, the deep wormhole still made Mashiro slightly afraid. But when Nangongja stretched out his hand in front of Mashiro, and Mishiro also held Nangong's hand. All the uneasiness and fear in her heart were dispelled at this moment. Come to think of it, this is the reason why I'm more and more attached to Nangongja, right? Although this man isn't an invincible existence who can fight alone in the ninja world, and even Nangongja was seriously injured in front of me several times. But every time it was this man who always protected me. Even if I suffered a lot of injuries, he would still do his best to protect Mishiro. Mishiro held Nangongja's hand even more tightly. He stepped into the wormhole together with Nangongja. Chapter 96. In the wormhole, after a short period of darkness, the colorful world once again appeared in front of Nangongja. It was so beautiful that it reminded Nangongja of the fear he felt when he was drifting in the crevice of space. He didn't have the heart to look at the beautiful scenery around him. He only activated the internal force in his body and attracted the surrounding natural energy to gather and condense on Mishiro's body. A thin layer of green light covered Mishiro's body. Mishiro also noticed Nangongja's actions. Small dimples appeared on Mishiro's cheeks, although Nangongja was nervously looking at the crevice of space at this moment. He was afraid that an accident would happen. Fortunately, there were no accidents during this space travel. Nangongja and Mishiro safely arrived at Woodleaf Village. The crevice of space instantly tore open and Nangongja and Mishiro's figures appeared from within. Their hands were tightly intertwined at this moment. Nangongro and Little Linger noticed the abnormality in the courtyard, so they walked out of the room together. Sister Mishiro, why are you back? Brother, Nangongro walked out from the corner of the house and only saw Mishiro's figure at first. Thus, he began to speak. However, the moment Nangongja's figure entered his sight, he was stunned. Nangongro used her small hands to cover her mouth, afraid that she would cry out. But the tears at the corner of her eyes still seeped out. As for the young Little Linger, it was even more obvious. Little Linger rushed forward and stood on her tiptoes. She used her weak arms to hug Nangongja's waist tightly. Brother Nangong, where did you go? You left for so long. Little Linger missed you so much. I asked Sister Mishiro and Sister Rower where you went, but they didn't tell me. After 3 months, even Sister Mishiro disappeared. Little Linger thought that you all hated Little Linger and didn't want Little Linger anymore. A child's mentality was always fragile. Little Linger lived with Awang for a very long time. When Nangongja and Mishiro brought her away from the village, Awang actually secretly gave Little Linger a letter. He repeatedly asked Little Linger to open the letter after reaching a safe place. Little Linger naturally complied with Awang's request. In the days when Nangongja left, Little Linger began to miss Awang. And from Awang's letter, she learned that Awang was dying. For Little Linger, Nangongja, Mishiro, and Nangongro were her family after Awang. Little Linger really didn't want to lose any of them. This was also the reason why Little Linger was so emotional at this time. Okay, Little Linger, don't cry. Big brother is back, right? Nangongja touched Little Linger's head and said gently, N. At this moment, Little Linger seemed to find that the way she hugged Nangongja was a bit ugly, and Mishiro and Nangongro were also staring at her at the moment. This made the little girl's face blush, and she quickly let go of Nangongja's waist. She took a few steps back and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her small hands. Nangongro, who saw Little Linger had already retreated, also came forward at this moment. This little girl's psychological pressure is really a bit too much recently. Instead of talking about himself, Nangongro first talked about Little Linger. Yes, I also know that you must be feeling bad in your heart. Nangongja also put his hand on Nangongro's head and gently stroked it. All these years, big brother, haven't you always been like this? During the Shinobi World War, it took him nearly a year to get there. I've long since stopped feeling sad over such things. Hearing Nangongro's words, Nangongja also felt a stab of pain in his heart. In order to establish a foothold in Woodleaf Village, He ignored Nangong Ro for a long time. For a long time, he didn't accompany Nangong Ro for a long time. Don't worry, this time I will apply to the Hokage for an indefinite retirement. I will concentrate on accompanying you. Hearing Nangong's words, Nangong Ro's eyes were slightly widened in shock. Big brother, why do you think so? Although after you became a ninja, you didn't have time to accompany me like before. But I can still understand that you like it very much. The life of gratification and revenge is the world that truly belongs to you. After Nangong Ro finished, she stared at Nangong's eyes tightly. She hoped that she could see Nangong's true meaning. She didn't want Nangong to make any decisions that he might regret. Like, if I can choose, I would rather work in the morning and rest in the morning. When I am busy, I will farm, and when I am free, I will drink. I will live a normal life like this. But in this chaotic world, everything is out of my control. I can only force myself to kill people again and again, and violate my bottom line again and again. This time, the Shinobi World War is over. All the promises I made to Rio have been fulfilled, even if I can't live a peaceful life. However, there would be no war for a very, very long time after that. I can also put down the burden on my body. Finally, I can accompany you. Finally, Nangong said his thoughts in front of Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro also looked at Nangong's eyes during the process, fully convinced that Nangong was telling the truth. Since Big Brother has decided, then I will always support any decision you make. Nangong Ro looked at Nangong's eyes and said seriously. Nangong also gently nodded. Well, if there's anything, we can talk about it later. Mia is back. No matter how troublesome it is, it will eventually be solved. Mimi has to take care of Kiba Hospital's work and worry about Mia's safety. It must be very hard. Why don't we have a good rest first? Mishiro saw that the atmosphere between them was very sad, so he took the opportunity to change the topic. He wanted to let them not be obsessed with those troublesome things. Nangong also understood Mishiro's meaning and nodded. Mishiro is right. Everything has been solved. No matter how troublesome it is in the future, we will share it together. Don't think too much about it today. Let's celebrate and have a meal together that we haven't had for a long time. Nangong Ro also nodded and followed Mishiro and Little Linger into the house's kitchen. Not long after, the smell of food floated out of the house. But Nangong was sitting in the living room, his brows slightly knitted together. He was playing with his wood leaf forehead protector in his hand. Chapter 97. In fact, Nangong wasn't very sure that he could reach an agreement with the 3 generations Hokage, who was now in charge of temporarily managing the village, and temporarily give up his identity as a ninja. After all, after the battle between Yondaime and Ninetails, there was no news about Watergate. And the one who replaced Watergate in Woodleaf was the 3 generations Hokage, Yuanfei Sasuke. As an outsider who didn't really enter the decision-making level of Woodleaf Village, Nangong didn't know a lot of things. Although his relationship with Kakashi wasn't bad, a ninja wouldn't reveal some secrets to you just because of a good relationship, right? Early the next morning, Nangong left home alone and went to the Hokage office building under the Shadow Rock. Compared to the other buildings in Woodleaf Village, the office building wasn't very grand. But perhaps because of the people inside, the more powerful the person, the more inexplicable pressure he would feel when he came to the front of the office building. Nangong's heavy mood at the moment also became heavier with the pressure of the office building. Knock, knock. Nangong walked to the door of the office building, hesitated for a long time, then stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the ordinary wooden door. It turned out to be Nangong Jounin. The 3 generations Hokage had been lowering his head to deal with a thick pile of documents on the table, and didn't look up to see who came in. But after a long time, no one reported anything to him, so the 3 generations could only look up to see who came. When he looked up, he found that it was Nangong, so he greeted him. Jiraiya told me before that you went to the gap in space, and it seemed that there was something important to deal with. Now it seems that you have dealt with the things you have to deal with? As the Sandaime spoke, an amiable smile appeared on his slightly aged face. Thank you for your concern, 3 generations Sama. I have dealt with the trivial matters. Nangongja bowed slightly and said to the 3 generations, there are a lot of things that can't be said. In fact, the Woodleaf village has been studying space ninjutsu for a long time, and the most famous research result is naturally the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which was invented by the second Hokage and carried forward by Watergate. The 2 Hokages were so keen on such space ninjutsu, coupled with the fact that space ninjutsu has extremely great adaptability and great power. It really made one have to think of ways to remove the mysterious veil covering the truth on the face of the mighty power of space. Nangongja can tear space cracks and enter the gap between space. For a ninja village, this is really a sweet and delicious cake. If he could get a share of it, that would be the best. Nangongja straightened his slightly bowed body and took a few steps forward, looking at the 3 generations Hokage sitting on the chair. The 3 generations also realized that Nangongja seemed to have something to say, so they looked at the Nangongja standing in front of them with a slightly serious expression. So, I don't know what is Nangong Jonin's plan to come to this old man's office this time? Nangongja didn't say anything. He just took out his ninja headband from his back and put it on the desk of the 3 generations. Oh? I don't understand what you mean. Although the 3 generations said that they didn't understand the meaning of Nangongja, the 3 generations Hokage's body already rose a huge momentum. In a few hidden corners, a faint murderous aura began to exude. Needless to say, it was the aura of the members of the Hokage guards who were responsible for protecting the Hokage. They wanted to warn Nangongja. They can kill Nangongja here at any time. I hope to temporarily give up my identity as a ninja. Nangongja didn't pay attention to the murderous aura exerted on him. He still said lightly, over the years I have been running around outside. I killed a lot of people for the benefit of the Woodleaf. I did a lot of things against my conscience. I'm not the only one who knows this, Sandaime, you should also know this. Every organization, it can be said that this is a common problem for everyone. Whenever something is too dangerous, as long as there is a choice, people will choose to die for those who are more estranged from them. Nangongja is such an estranged person for the Woodleaf. Over the years, at least 70% of the missions done by Nangongja were dangerous assassinations. He was injured again and again, and he was in danger again and again. Nangongja's impression of the Woodleaf village has dropped again and again. The 3 generations also know this. But the 3 generations didn't expect Nangongja to be so straightforward. Since ancient times, when the birds are gone, the hound is cooked. The war between the Woodleaf village and other ninja villages is over, so there will be no huge turmoil. The next thing is naturally to settle the situation. Although I didn't participate in the Battle of the 9 Tails, but occasionally I found a little clue. Nangongja said. His feet began to slowly pace. Obviously, he was slowly relaxing. As long as the 3 generations want to continue to listen to him, then his goal is likely to be achieved. Even an outsider like me knows that the Woodleaf Umbu department is divided into 2 departments. One is the Umbu department directly under the Hokage, and the other is the Root department under the Elders Council. Where did the Root department go during the Battle of the 9 Tails? The 3 generations listened to Nangongja's words, and their aura rose again. These things had been forcefully suppressed by the 3rd generation in the first place. But Nangongja said it directly. Obviously, he wanted to rely on this to achieve his goal. But Nangongja didn't continue. Instead, he began to talk about another thing. Speaking of the Battle of the 9 Tails, where did the savior of the Woodleaf, the 4th Hokage, go? The news that spread only proved that you and the 4th Hokage worked together with the sealing class to seal the 9 Tails. After that, the 3 generations took up the responsibility of the Hokage again. So, the 4th Hokage doesn't care about 2 possibilities. First, he was seriously injured and hasn't recovered yet. But before that, Tsunade Heim came back to the Woodleaf. If even Tsunade Heim can't cure him, the crisis of the 4th Hokage can be imagined. But after saying this, Nangongja shook his head. He overturned his decision again. If the fourth Hokage is seriously injured and dying, then the other ninja villages won't have no news. There have been spies between the 5 major ninja villages. Some things can't be hidden. Since the fourth Hokage is not seriously injured and dying, it can only prove that the fourth Hokage is not in the wood leaf at the moment. He went out of the village to perform some mission. Chapter 98. The 3 generations watched Nangongzhi talk in front of them. At first, some of Nangongzhi's words were listened to by the 3 generations. But the 3 generations didn't really take it to heart. But when it comes to the whereabouts of Yondaime, Nangongzhi can clearly see that the eyes of the 3 generations are a little different. Although I always knew that Nangong Jianin was an intelligent person, I never thought that you would be so smart. You were able to deduce so much information based on some minor details. The 3 generations said and stood up from his seat. The figure of the 3 generations is still very broad, but the faint hunchback in it can't be hidden. The 3 generations is old, this generation of heroes who have experienced the Second Shinobi World War and the Third Shinobi World War, is now gradually entering the twilight years. Since you have guessed so much, then I won't hide too many things from you. Yondaime is indeed not in Wood Leaf Village now, and not only him, but also one of my apprentices, Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, also left the village. They went to investigate something together, although I don't know what drove them to leave Wood Leaf at such a turbulent time. But as my apprentices, I still trust them, so I let them leave the village. I'm very clear about your request. It's just a temporary suspension of all their activities as ninjas. It's just a small matter, after all, even if the Wood Leaf Village is short of manpower. With or without you, you won't be able to solve any substantial problems. Moreover, the third king Yenluo paused for a moment. Turning around, through the window of the Hokage's office, he looked at the scenery of Wood Leaf outside the window. At this moment, the Wood Leaf is still early in the morning, and a slight mist covered the Wood Leaf, making everything a little hazy. I have something for you to do. The 3 generations didn't continue and instead changed the topic. Since you want to suspend the ninjas' activities, then you can do something for me that should be done. Although the 4th generation head has left the Wood Leaf, there are still some people in the Wood Leaf. Although the 3 generations did not say who it was, Nangongzhi already had some guesses. The 4th generation head's wife and children are still in Wood Leaf. There are some people and forces that I don't trust. So, I hope that during your suspension, you can assist my direct dark group to protect the safety of these 2 people. You are in the light while the dark group is in the dark. He wanted to make sure that nothing would happen to the 2 of them. Do you understand? Nangongzhi looked at the 3 generations. Originally, Nangongzhi did not intend to agree to the 3 generations' conditions. But looking at the face of the 3 generations, he also remembered how Watergate took care of him in the past. Nangongzhi also nodded slightly. The relationship between the 4th generation and me is not bad, and Shinakushina-sama also has some relationship with me. Since you want me to protect the 2 of them, then I will naturally not shirk my responsibility. The 3 generations supported Nangongzhi's words, and his heart was also relieved. Since the 9 tails attacked the village under the huge pool of Wood Leaf, there began to be undercurrents. He will also be constantly involved in it, whether it is Naruto Komatsu or Shinakushina. He may not have much time to protect them in all aspects in the future. It is actually a good idea to let Nangongzhi, an outsider, take care of them. The 3 generations walked in front of Nangongzhi, reached out and picked up the forehead protector that Nangongzhi just put on the table. It was placed in Nangongzhi's hand. As long as you are a Wood Leaf Ninja, you will be a Wood Leaf Ninja for the rest of your life. You just need to take care of the safety of Shinakushina and her son, and the rest of the troublesome things will naturally be dealt with by me. Nangongzhi looked at the 3 generations putting the forehead protector in his hand, and could only put away the forehead protector that he just took out not long ago. He slightly bowed and walked out of the office of the 3 generations. When Nangongzhi was about to close the door of the office of the 3 generations, the 3 generations' voice sounded in his ears. It's enough to play this kind of trick once. There are many people who are different from me. Anyone who sees through a little of my secrets will not be left alive. There is no need to be cautious in the future. What you should say, what you shouldn't say, weigh it in your heart. The words of the 3 generations were like a heavy hammer, smashing Nangong's head fiercely. During this time, he has been doing all kinds of training with the banishment in the spiritual space, and slowly his whole person became a bit more straightforward. Just like this conversation with the Sandame, he had almost thrown out all of his trump cards in one go. Although it can be said that he has the upper hand for a while, but thinking about it carefully. If the 3 generations is not a person who can patiently listen to what he has to say, then what kind of situation will Nangongja be in now? I've learned I will pay more attention in the future. Nangongja is also open-minded, straightforwardly admitting his shortcomings, and by the way, he also thanked the 3 generations. As long as you can protect Shinakushina and Naruto well, what I said is not in vain. The 3 generations waved his hand. It was a dismissal order. Nangongja also walked out of the Hokage's office building. The 3 generations looked at the figure of Nangongja leaving downstairs, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Danzo, Uchiha, and that mysterious organization. I don't know how much chaos will happen in the future. I'm old. I can only try my best to ensure that the wood leaf won't be destroyed in these waves when I'm still alive. But if I'm not here anymore, I can only rely on Watergate, Jiraiya, and other juniors. This chaotic world, when will it truly end? The question of the 3 generations, he didn't know whether it was for himself, for the wood leaf, for the next generation of ninjas, or for this world. The complex mood of the 3 generations, Nangongja can't understand. Nangongja's mood at the moment is really good. Before coming to the 3 generations, he had already planned to hand over some information about the realm and more, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Although it didn't achieve the greatest effect he had expected, it was still not bad. Nangongja felt very satisfied at the moment, and even his steps were a little cheerful. He only felt the wind under his feet, and he wanted to go home and tell Nangongro the good news. But the undercurrent of the wood leaf is aimed at everyone who lives in the wood leaf. Nangongja wants to get out. Can he really do it? Chapter 99. Ah, isn't this Nangongjun? Nangongja was walking home when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning his head, he saw Yachue, who was wearing casual clothes, standing behind him. When he and his sister first came to Woodleaf Village, they received a lot of care from Yachue. But since Yachue got married, Nangongja didn't see Yachue much. In addition, all kinds of things have been bothering him during this period of time. Nangongja didn't have much time to visit those friends of the past. Speaking of which, Nangongja finally got such a chance to be relatively free. It's also a good choice to visit those who helped him in the past. Isn't it? Yabuki, are you out to buy groceries? Nangongja looked at Yachue and greeted her. Then he saw the small basket in Yachue's hand, so he asked casually. Yes, after I asked my husband to take care of Xiaoying. I came out to get some fresh air and buy groceries. After all these years, fine lines appeared on Yachue's face. But the fine lines couldn't hide the bright color of happiness on her face. Speaking of which, I often see Ro-er recently. As for you, I don't know where you went. Yachue said with a look of disdain on her face. You ninjas always don't go home. You don't know, my husband, he... Then, Yachue and Nangongja scolded Haruno Chunin for almost 10 minutes. But are you sure this isn't a flash bomb? Nangongja felt that his eyes were about to be blinded by the flash. I still have something to find Ro-ro. How about... Nangongja finally found an opportunity to take advantage of Ye's tiredness. He casually made up a reason to not be blinded by Yachue's flash bomb. Okay, then we'll talk at night. Yachue smiled and agreed. But Nangongja felt that something was wrong. After all, when did the two of us really meet at night? As if seeing the doubt in Nangongja's eyes, Yachue immediately said, Didn't little sister Ro-er tell you? Yesterday, little sister Ro-er invited us to your house. She said that you haven't been back for too long. It's not easy to come back, so I decided to call some old friends over to celebrate. Nan Gongzha was dumbfounded when he heard that. She was indeed his sister. How could these kinds of things be linked together? How could that be? I was just afraid that you would forget, Yabuki. So I'm just reminding you tactfully? Nan Gongzha forced himself to say this in order to save some face for himself. But Yechue and Nan Gongzha had known each other for a long time, so such a small thing could naturally be seen. You're still pretending with me. Isn't it just little sister Rower hiding it from you? Yechue knocked on Nan Gongzha's head, but then she held her chin and whispered slightly, Little sister Rower didn't tell you? Is it a surprise? Aya, if I say it like this, will little sister Rower blame me? Looking at Yechue, who was whispering in front of him, Nan Gongzha was speechless for a moment. Please, I'm a ninja. Although I'm not a traditional ninja who practices chakra, I'm still very smart. Even if you whisper, I can still hear you. Okay? It's okay, it's okay. Ro will definitely not be obedient to you, Yabuki. Nan Gongzha comforted Yechue, who was standing in front of him. Yechue nodded slightly, indicating that she thought so too. But Nan Gongzha's next sentence made Yechue go crazy. After all, when she told you, Yabuki, she had to be prepared for you to leak it to me. After listening to Nan Gongzha's words, Yechue instantly raised the basket in her hand and threw it at Nan Gongzha. Meanwhile, Nan Gongzha was also flustered as he caught the basket that Yabo had thrown at him. You really haven't changed at all. You've grown a lot, but your personality is still so bad. Yechue said, but there was no anger in her eyes. Instead, there was a little bit of nostalgia. At that time, she was very young, and Nan Gongzha was just a little kid. That was how they joked around with each other. How long had it been, and the young boy of the past had become a handsome young man. And she was already a wife and even the mother of a child. Time really flies. Yechue couldn't help but sigh. Although time has changed, some things will not change. The feelings between people, no matter how time washes away, will still stay deep in everyone's heart. Nan Gongzha seemed to see that Yechue was a little sad, so he walked forward and handed the basket in his hand to Yechue. He patted the shoulder of the little sister who was originally taller than him. I didn't expect such words to come out of your mouth at all. After listening to Nan Gongzha's words, Yechue raised her head and looked at Nan Gongzha, who was standing beside her with a little surprise. I say, what kind of image do I have in front of you? Nan Gongzha said with a little embarrassment. You? In my eyes, you are trying your best to pretend to be a mature and astute person, but you can't let go of your mental cleanliness at all. He's a very, very tired person. Yechue said, but Nan Gongzha, who was standing next to her, was a little stunned. After being stunned for a long time, he could only shake his head and laugh at himself. I didn't expect that Yabuki could see through me so much. It seems that a person like me is really not suitable to be a real ninja. Even Yabuki can easily see through me. Yechue was a little indifferent, shook her head and wanted to rub Nan Gongzha's head like before, but she found that she was a little short, so she could only tiptoe slightly and try to reach out and touch Nan Gongzha's head. What's wrong with it? A qualified ninja means that he will have some shortcomings in human nature. Being a complete person was much better than being a complete tool, right? If I can choose, I would rather let Sakura follow a master like you. Nan Gongzha hasn't been touched for a long time. When he was touched by Yechue, he was a little shy, but Yechue's words went into Nan Gongzha's heart. Indeed, there are many excellent ninjas among the people Nan Gongzha came in contact with. However, Nan Gongzha always felt that there was something strange about these people. Listening to Yechue's words, Nan Gongzha seemed to have been enlightened. Nan Gongzha understood what was going on with these people. Chapter 100. After bidding farewell to Yechue, Nan Gongzha was still thinking. It's not only about himself, but also about all ninjas in the world. In the written history of the ninja world, most of the time there were large and small wars. Countless ninjas were trained, but they were also killed by the meat grinder of war one after another. After so many years, ninjutsu, about the art of attack, can be said to be flourishing in the ninja world. But what about the people? It's still in a relatively low-level state. It's still a single family farming a few acres of thin land. Nangongja once lived in a village under wood leaf for a long time. The farmers there were still facing the yellow soil with their backs to the sky. Their hard work every day might have turned into nothing because of God's displeasure. As for ninjas, indeed, ninjas can help farmers flatten the land and irrigate crops. But the cost of hiring a ninja is enough for an ordinary family to eat and wear for half a year. How can the poor farmers have so much money to hire ninjas to help them grow crops? Needless to say, most ninjas have bad tempers, and if they don't take care of them well, they may lose their lives. The only people who truly understand the convenience brought to their lives by ninjas are those high-ranking officials, dignitaries, and wealthy merchants. Oni-san, why are you standing at the door? Just when Nangongja was thinking, a familiar voice came to his ear. Without guessing, it's naturally his sister Nangong-ro. Looking up again, the door of his home is in front of him. What, are you done with Kiba Hospital? Seeing Nangong-ro standing behind him, Nangongja asked casually. I'm recently in charge of the inpatient department, and I just changed shifts. I came back first. By the way, I have something to tell you. Nangong-ro slightly explained the reason why she came home so early, and somewhat excitedly said to Nangongja, You called our old friend to come home, right? Nangongja looked at the little girl's appearance and knew what she wanted to say. Ah! The little girl was also a bit confused. She obviously didn't say these things to her brother. How did her brother know? Nangongja looked at Nangong-ro standing in front of him with a slightly dazed look, stretched out his hand and knocked Nangong-ro's head, and then said, I just saw Yabuki on the way back, and chatted for a while. She told me everything. After listening to Nangongja's words, Nangong-ro's face was not surprised, only regret. I knew that I couldn't tell Yabuki so early. If something is known by Yabuki, it won't be hidden for long. If Yu was here, who knows what she would say about these two siblings? The words she said were actually the same. Well, don't say that about Yabuki. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and come in. Nangongja didn't wait for his sister's reaction, and took her hand and walked into his house. Huh? You two came back together. Seeing Nangongja and Nangong-ro come back together, Mashiro looked at the two siblings with some surprise. After all, Nangong-ro is going to work in Kiba Hospital, and Nangongja said this morning that he had to go to Hokage's office to do something. The two of them coming home together is indeed a relatively small thing. I just saw brother in a daze at the door, so I came in together. Nangong-ro said, but then seemed to think of something. Brother, how's the thing you're going to do? Nangongja looked at his sister helplessly. After all, this matter is quite troublesome. His sister knows what's going on, but she doesn't care about it, which makes Nangongja feel very helpless. Thing? Mashiro actually saw Nangongja get up early in the morning, and knew that Nangongja must have something important to do. But looking at Nangongja's slightly frowned brows, he didn't ask in detail. Since Nangongja is now back, he naturally has to ask to satisfy his curiosity. It's nothing. 3 generations has promised me that I can stop my ninja work indefinitely. But they also asked me to help take care of Shinakushina and her child. Nangong-ro nodded, and then said, Since Nine Tails attacked the village, Tsunade-sama has cured Sinai Q-san's injury. But Sinai Q-san hasn't come to Kiba Hospital to work. I'm also a little worried about Sinai Q-san since 3 generations asked us to take care of Sinai Q-san. So naturally, it's not good to refuse. Speaking of which, Nangongja turned his head to look at Mashiro. Do you know that Ruru has taken a lot of work for you? Work? Mashiro was also a little confused, and didn't know what Nangongja was talking about. Sure enough, this girl didn't even tell Mashiro to give me a surprise. With the little girl alone, she naturally can't cook so many dishes with so many old friends. In the end, I still have to trouble Mashiro, and the little girl didn't even tell Mashiro this. Isn't it because she's afraid that Mashiro will expose this matter to me? Ah, The little girl was also a little panicked. Mashiro-san. It's like this. Because brother hasn't come back for a long time, this time he will stay at home for a long time. So I thought of inviting all the friends who helped me and my brother to the house to have a meal together. After listening to Nangong-ro's explanation, Mashiro understood what Nangong-ro wanted to do. He felt that it was acceptable, so he nodded. But then he thought of something. When did you arrange it? Let me have time to prepare. Nangong-ro and Shun-jia's little faces turned red. Mashiro knew that things were going to be bad. Tonight. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, Mashiro only felt that he was in a bad mood. According to Nangong-jia and Nangong-ro's meaning, there will be a lot of people coming. But now it's only 7 or 8 hours until dinner time. The preparation was a little rushed. After all, most Japanese people have a system of sharing food when they eat. Everyone has their own table. In this way, the preparation will be very cumbersome. Okay, there's still some time. I'll help too. Nangong-jia rubbed his sister's head, trying to cheer her up. Okay. Then let's hurry up and prepare together. Nangong-ro nodded and agreed. Although they looked a little bitter, being able to do all kinds of trivial things together was the most precious gift for them, which they would not allow anyone to take away. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.